Chapter 852. Yuan Tianqing stood on the platform in front of the field, looking at the thousands of survivors below. His face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. Deputy Leader. The number of people was out. 4,392 people had turned into mummies. 5,877 ordinary survivors were still alive. The ability users were all fine. Only the ordinary people had met with mishaps. Furthermore, the number of people who had turned into zombies had yet to come out, but if we subtracted the survivors and the 4,000 people who had turned into mummies, we were still short of 700 people. That should be the number of newborn zombies. Li Zheng took the information in his hand and walked to Yuan Tianqing, reporting to him in a low voice. What's the reasons? Yuan Tianqing asked with a gloomy face. Unclear. Li Zheng shook his head. That's right. The only question in their minds was what was the reason for this. Old Du, settle these people down first. Think of a way to ease their panic. Yuan Tianqing frowned and said to Du Yuanqing. Got it. Du Yuanqing nodded and brought the other people to make the arrangements. In order to effectively calm everyone's emotions, Du Yuanqing asked Cheng Wangxue to cook some food, and when breakfast was served, everyone was given some. After eating a steaming hot breakfast, everyone's mood was much calmer. After they calmed down, they wanted to know what was going on. Why did the people in the base become zombies? Why did so many people turn into lifeless corpses in a single night? Looking at the people gathered on the field, it seemed like there were fewer people. On the side of Universal Life Base, while trying to calm the crowd, they began to investigate the cause of this incident. The situation in the other bases was almost the same. Haiqing Base's Wu Qingyue also stood in the conference room of the government building with a gloomy face, looking down at the gathered survivors through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Their base wasn't as special as Universal Life Base, so there were gunshots, explosions, and sounds of fighting everywhere in Haiqing Base. While killing the zombies, they also had to rescue the survivors. And in the areas that had been cleared, the army wrapped up the dead bodies that had turned into mummies for unknown reasons and carried them out. This was because most people became like this while they were sleeping, so they were usually in bed. So the army put on gloves, wrapped them in white cloth, or put them in special bags to carry the corpses down. These corpses did not move, so after counting, they were burned. Because even if he threw it out, the zombies wouldn't eat it. I've checked. Those who mutated are all ordinary people. Even adepts don't have this kind of situation. Xiao Liqing told Wu Qingyue the information he had received. Wu Qingyue frowned. Are the Arcanists all right? Xiao Liqing nodded. Then what's going on with these zombies? Wu Qingyue raised his head to look at the battle in the distance and asked in puzzlement. We haven't found anything yet. Xiao Liqing also frowned. Looking at the time, it had only been an hour since they received the news. It would take some time for them to find out the reason. Don't you feel that this scene is very similar to the first apocalypse? Mo Li, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said expressionlessly. The expressions of the others in the room darkened, and Wu Qingyue's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned around and said to Xiao Liqing, Go check the situation of the other bases. Xiao Liqing turned around and left immediately. As soon as he left, a few people quickly walked in from outside the door. Zhou Shui came in with an old man and a few others. I have a situation here. Get someone to pay attention to the Arcanists. They might become violent. Zhou Shui said to Wu Qingyue as soon as he came in. What? Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed with confusion when he heard this. Then he seemed to understand and looked at Zhou Shui with uncertainty. You mean Arcanists can also have problems? Zhou Shui nodded. The white-haired old man wearing presbyopic glasses next to him said, Just look at them and you will know. He turned around and waved to the soldiers at the door. Then 3 people were pushed in with their hands locked in metal. The metal on these 3 people's bodies was put on by a level 6 metal element Arcanist. At this time, he was following behind the 3 people, raising his hands slightly to control the metal to prevent them from breaking free. The 3 people's expressions were somewhat abnormal at this time. Their eyes were wide open, and their facial features were twitching fiercely. They were like fierce beasts baring their white fangs. Their bodies were constantly struggling and twisting, and the energy fluctuations on their bodies were constantly chaotic. Wu Qinghua looked at the three people's eyes and saw that they were fierce, crazy, and a little unfocused. It was obvious that their minds were not clear, and the whites of their eyes were bloodshot. Their abilities were only level 2 or 3, and it did not affect the people present. But this situation made Wu Qinghua frown. He doesn't know who he is now, and he can't recognize people. The white-haired old man raised his hand and pushed up his presbyopic glasses. So far, we have only found these 3, but with the situation this morning, I think we should take precautions. Zhou Shui walked to the side of the glass and looked out. Thick smoke rose from many places in the base due to the sudden outbreak of war. Maybe this is the second outbreak of the apocalypse, but this time, not everyone will become zombies or awaken arcanists. If they don't become zombies this time, then they will become dry corpses. Zhou Shui frowned, and his tone was heavy. At this time, Haicheng and the others who stayed in the base looked at the crazy Kong Qingming helplessly. Kong Qingming was blocking the corridor of this floor, and the corridor behind him was filled with twisted trees. Green branches rushed into the room from all the doors and windows in the corridor, and then grew rapidly in the room, and then broke through these rooms to break out of the building. From the outside, it could be seen that the windows of all the rooms in this building were covered with green leaves. Kong Qingming, what are you doing? Mengyu looked at Kong Qingming with a puzzled and dignified expression. At this time, Kong Qingming's beautiful eyes were red, and the whites of his eyes were covered with a faint blood color. He looked at Mengyu and the others with a blank expression and did not respond to her words. His expression is not right. Xiao Yunlong protected Mengyu behind him, frowning as he looked at Kong Qingming's eyes. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the back of his head was immediately slapped. Pa, Mengyu rolled her eyes and said, "We are not blind. Who here can't see that his expression is not right?"
Just you.
Xiao Yunlong. Can you give me some face?
Can you not hit the back of my head?
Chapter 853. He usually had a charming smile on his face that could confuse all living beings, but at this time he had a cold and expressionless face, as well as a pair of red but cold eyes. The unbridled and crazy growth of the trees behind him showed his abnormal state. Kong Qingming, what the hell is going on with you? Although Mengyu shouted at him, her tone was only tentative. Kong Qingming looked at her coldly. Although his eyes were cold, there was no other emotion except for this coldness. There was not a trace of humanity on that overly beautiful face, like a lifeless robot. However, just as Mengyu's voice fell, Kong Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of madness. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand, controlling the branches behind him to rush towards Xiao Yunlong, Mengyu, and the others. Mengyu and Xiao Yunlong immediately acted at the same time, and the soldiers behind them immediately raised their guns. "Don't shoot!" Mengyu fiercely shouted to the people behind her. This meant that she and Xiao Yunlong could handle it. They did not need to intervene. Mengyu was also a natural plant, so as soon as she made her move, the movement of Kong Qingming's branches immediately slowed down. But Kong Qingming's level was 1 level higher than Mengyu. Although Mengyu could control these branches, Kong Qingming would soon regain control. Fortunately, there was Xiao Yunlong next to him. As soon as he made his move, the surrounding metal immediately broke through the air, quickly buckled Kong Qingming's hands, and then twisted his hands behind him. Kong Qingming's hands were buckled by the steel and metal, and he subconsciously struggled. But Xiao Yunlong's level was also 1 level higher than his, and Kong Qingming could not break free. In the end, his hands were still locked behind him. Xiao Yunlong's figure flashed behind him, raised his hand, and knocked on the back of his neck. Plop! Kong Qingming's eyes turned over, and he softly fell to the ground. "Take him down." Mengyu and Xiao Yunlong turned around and walked towards the stairs. At the same time, she raised her hand, and the trees that were originally controlled by Kong Qingming on the stairs immediately shrank back or separated to form a path on both sides. When Xiao Yunlong and the others went downstairs, they saw the soldiers or some psychic ability users outside, or strong men, carrying a long humanoid strip out in pairs. These are the survivors who became dead? Xiao Yunlong frowned and asked Mengyu with a heavy heart. Mengyu's expression was also not good. She nodded and said, "Yes, I heard from them that the zombies that died were all ordinary people. Paranormals were originally fine." As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the unconscious Kong Qingming being dragged by the two men behind her and silently swallowed her last words. "This scene is similar to the doomsday 6 years ago," Xiao Yunlong said with a sullen face. At this time, Diuanqing came over with his men and said to them, "Leader Xiao, our leader invites everyone to the conference hall to take a break. The base is in a mess right now, and we have to do a large-scale cleanup." What happened to Deputy Leader Kong? As Diuanqing spoke, he suddenly saw the unconscious Kong Qingming behind them and asked in confusion. "I don't know what happened to him just now, but he suddenly went crazy. I had to knock him out. The reason is not clear yet." Xiao Yunlong first nodded, then answered Diuanqing's question. "Crazy? Are you crazy?" Diuanqing stared at Kong Qingming suspiciously. "His mind is not clear, randomly attacking. You should also pay attention, this may also have something to do with them," Xiao Yunlong said as he looked at the corpses that were being carried out. With that, he turned and walked toward the base's government building. When he arrived at the conference hall, he saw Lin Xiao standing by the window with a sullen face looking out. The pressure around her was very low. The surrounding people were standing a little far away from her, quietly not daring to breathe too loudly. Even a level 7 paranormal was suppressed by Lin Xiao's undisguised, imposing manner after coming in. He glanced at the others, thinking about the current situation, and understood why Lin Xiao was in such a low pressure at this time. Haven't found out the reason yet? Suddenly, such a large scale of zombies. What is even more strange is the people who died. Xiao Yunlong said curiously. Lin Xiao turned around, walked to her seat with a sullen face, and casually pointed to 2 chairs and said, "Please sit down." Then he continued to say, "The reason has not been found out. You also know that I don't have many experts in this field here. But looking at the situation now, if my guess is right, it's not just me that is happening here." Xiao Yunlong's expression was startled, and then suddenly realized something. "You mean it's really a second outbreak?" Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "I have already sent people to your sea city to inquire if you want to know the real situation. It will take an hour or 2. Her premonition last night was so strong, it seemed that it was not fake. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. A strong wind rushed in from outside the door, and then rushed out from the window. The energy in the wind was violent, and there seemed to be no target. Lin Xiao turned his head and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he saw Duanwan running in with some disorderly footsteps. "Leader, there were people going crazy just now. Several people are in the same situation. What's going on? And what happened with the noise outside the door just now?" Lin Xiao frowned. This was obviously not good news. "Fong Datong, who was behind me just now, also went crazy. He is a level 3 wind type." Duanwan's expression darkened as she said, "What's going on? Tell me clearly what these people are referring to when they go crazy." Lin Xiao asked expressionlessly. "It's when they suddenly lose their minds, and then their expressions are ferocious, their abilities go berserk, and they attack anyone they see. This is what they have in common, and it all happened very suddenly." Duanwan replied, "You said there are several people? That is to say, it's not just a single case?" At this time, Xiao Yunlong looked at Duanwan and asked. After saying that, he looked at Kong Qingming, who was thrown into a chair in the corner. Lin Xiao and others noticed his gaze and looked over. "What's wrong with him?" Lin Xiao didn't pay much attention just now, and asked this time. "Just like she said, he went crazy. Then he was knocked out by me." Xiao Yunlong glanced at Duanwan and said. Lin Xiao did not make a sound. His eyes were fixed on Kong Qingming. She thought that nothing would happen to the people with abilities, so it turned out to be a delay. At this moment, there was another burst of messy footsteps. Before the person arrived, the sound came. "Not good, not good. Boss, no, leader. Brother Tianqing has gone crazy. Quick, go and see him." Lin Wenwen ran to the door in a panic and almost called Lin Shrao elder sister. Chapter 854. What's going on? Everyone's eyes were on Lin Wenwen. I don't know what's going on with him. At the beginning, he suddenly shouted at us to leave and told us to hide further away. Before we could react, he suddenly used his ability to attack us. Lin Wenwen said to Lin Xiao with reddened eyes. On one hand, he was burning with anxiety, but on the other hand, he was desperately trying to calm himself down. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. Oh no! Everyone had a bad feeling as they looked out the window. Yuan Tianqing was an earth-based ability user. Sure enough, when everyone looked out, they felt that the tremor from a distance was getting stronger. They could even hear boom 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 sounds coming from afar. Lin Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared from the conference room. The tremor underground was getting stronger, and the people outside the building were terrified. What happened? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Earthquake! Earthquake! Feeling the tremor beneath their feet, the survivors gathered on the field began to panic again. Everyone, don't panic. It's not an earthquake. It's not an earthquake. Everyone, don't panic. Chun Yuding stood on a high place and raised his hands to shout at the people below. However, his words of comfort did not have much effect. Is this the second apocalypse? Otherwise, why would so many people suddenly die and so many people turn into zombies overnight, and now there's an earthquake? That seems to be the case. It's too scary. How can there be a second apocalypse? What should we do? Are we all going to die? How are we going to live if this goes on? A wave of fear immediately spread among the people. Listen to me if you want to live. Don't panic. Otherwise, you'll be scared to death even if you don't get bitten to death by the zombies. Seeing that his words of comfort did not work, Chun Yuding could only shout at them with a cold face. Stop talking nonsense. I'll throw you out of the base. The effect of his words was obvious, as everyone immediately quieted down. After all, no one wanted to die. As long as they could live, they were willing to show weakness. After the silence, everyone slowly calmed down. On the other side, Lin Xiao quickly flashed to the most chaotic area. Everyone in the area had retreated far away. The ground around them had cracked, and the buildings had collapsed. Many of the underground plates seemed to have been stirred up. It was a complete mess. At this moment, the man who had caused this place to become like this was standing on top of a pile of rubble. His entire body's energy gushed out unscrupulously and then spread into the ground. Lin Xiao approached him in stealth mode, but the other party did not notice her presence. However, the energy around Yuan Tianqing was too violent. It formed an energy ring around him, making it difficult to approach. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was a level 7 zombie with a strong body. In addition, she wrapped herself in energy and forced herself to walk step by step toward Yuan Tianqing. Soon, she was behind Yuan Tianqing. He raised his hand and struck the back of his opponent's neck. The atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly relaxed. Plop! Yuan Tianqing collapsed on top of the pile of ruins. Lin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and began to carefully examine his surroundings. It would have been better if she hadn't seen it. The moment she saw it, her heart ached so much that she wanted to kick Yuan Tianqing a few more times. Perhaps it was due to the lack of control over the energy. The chaotic energy spread everywhere. With Yuan Tianqing as the center, everything within a radius of at least 5 kilometers had become a pile of rubble. All the tall and short buildings, big and small, had been smashed and collapsed. The grass and trees were toppled, and the roads were broken. In short, it was a tragic sight. It was as if there was an earthquake. How long had it been since he went berserk? And this was the result. Because of Yuan Tianqing's chaotic energy, the others had stayed far away from his energy attack range. At this moment, they saw Yuan Tianqing suddenly collapse and the energy storm around him disappeared. Then, they saw another figure appear next to Yuan Tianqing. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, everyone immediately flashed to Lin Xiao's side. Send all these people who went berserk to the second base. Hand them to Elmar and ask her to find a few metal element people to isolate them for observation, Lin Xiao said to Duan Wan. To prevent these people from going berserk after they woke up, Lin Xiao asked Duan want to find metal element people to lock up their hands. Although having their hands locked up would not completely stop them from releasing their abilities, the power released would be much weaker. Lin Xiao asked Shen Yuzhen to quickly find Elmar and let her return to the second base to settle this matter. The second base was the code name Lin Xiao gave to the other half of the base of all beings. Looking at the area that had been destroyed for a few kilometers, the terrain was no longer suitable for living due to Yuan Tianqing's unconscious actions. This was because the land could no longer be used to build houses, unless they were built underground. Seeing Yuan Tianqing being carried away, Lin Xiao felt that he did not want to see him for the next few days. However, the situation in front of him made Lin Xiao a little frustrated. One wave had yet to subside, and another had already started. From morning until now, the situation of the mummified corpses and zombies seemed to have stopped, but the situation of the mutants going berserk was still very unstable. They did not know the reason for all of this. Without knowing the reason, they did not know how to control the situation from happening. To find out the reason, they could only rely on Lin Xiao and Lung Xiantong. Gather all the mutants at the plaza in Area B and isolate them to observe the situation. Send more people to guard Lin Xiao and Lung Xiantong, let them continue their research. Lin Xiao frowned and ordered Duan Wan, you go too. As for the other matters, let Yuzhen make the arrangements. In order to prevent these mutants from going berserk at any time, it was better to keep them under control for the time being. Before the reason was found out, they could not simply move around. This was all for the safety of the others. This was the only way. Lin Xiao turned to look at Shen Yuzhen. When the situation at Elmar's side has stabilized, call all those level 1 kings and above to wait for me at the second base's conference hall.
Yes.
Shen Yuzhen responded and turned to pass the message. The order for all the mutants to gather at the plaza in Area B was passed down by Duan Wan. Chun Yuding, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, Jian Shengtong, Xia Yushen, and all the other mutants appeared one after another. In the original base of more than 10,000 people, there were only a few hundred mutants. Therefore, when these people gathered together, it was not as crowded as the ordinary people. Li Jian was considered a strong leader among the ordinary people, so Chen Yuding helped him apply for the temporary position of squadron leader and let him lead the ordinary soldiers to clean up the aftermath of the disaster area. Therefore, he brought his original subordinates to run around the base. Lin Xiao asked Lin Feng to temporarily control and supervise the mutants while he quickly returned to the second base and held a temporary meeting with the zombies. Chapter 855. Are the newborn zombies under control? Lin Xiao asked Qiu Lily as they sat at the conference table in the second base. Yes, they are under control.
What should we do with them next? Qiu Lily nodded and said.
Lin Xiao thought about it. The base was too chaotic now, so the newborn zombies should be left outside for now. When there was time, he would call them in to filter the virus and see how many of them would wake up. Take them to the outskirts of the second base first. We will deal with them when we have time. She pondered for a moment and said, Understood. Qiu Lily nodded. The paranormals have gone berserk. Bring Old Man and Old 8 to the quarantine area and call the other metal-type zombies back. Divide them into 2 batches. One for those who have already gone crazy, and the other for those who are still awake. Lin Xiao looked at Elmar and arranged. Okay. Lin Xiao's zombies, in addition to the rank 1st kings and Xiadong's team, the rest of the zombies from rank 5 to rank 3 were now under the control of Qiu Lily and Elmarch. Among the level 1 king zombies, there were 3 metal-type zombies. Apart from Old Mingua and number 8, who had a bandage on his head, there was also Mo from the batch of zombies that were snatched from Mo Yen. However, Mo and Yi Qingxian had followed Lin Kuei to find a sister, so the only metal-type zombies in the base were the Old Man and Old 8. Ask the Old Man to go to Lin Feng, and Old 8 to go to the isolation area. Lin Xiao said to the other 2. Yuzhen, Junjun, and Lu Tianyi, you 3 bring some rank 3 zombies to support Li Jian's work. Yes. Understood. Okay. The 3 nodded at the same time. In the end, Xiadong was in charge of the intelligence. As for the research room, Lin Xiao sent Old 5 and Old 6 with a team of rank 4 zombies to watch over there. After more than an hour, Xiaodong finally brought the news from Haiqing. They are in the same situation as us. Haiqing is in chaos. Wu Qingyue and Franshi are very busy. Xiaodong stood in front of Lin Xiao's office with the intelligence. Even without his explanation, Lin Xiao knew why they were so busy. Due to the large population of Haiqing, the number of deaths and new zombies would definitely be higher. When the new zombies broke out, it was early in the morning when people were still asleep, so the consequences could be imagined. Presumably, the number of people who were bitten by the newborn zombies was not small, and the number of people who turned into zombies was not small. Thinking about the base, fortunately she had a group of high-level zombies here. They could quickly suppress these new zombies. However, Sea City did not have such treatment. We'll have to wait a day or two before we receive any updates on the other bases, Xiaodong said. The others saw that Haiqing was in the same situation as them, and the other bases were probably almost the same. It was just that they needed reliable information. Also, in addition to the survivors in the base, many mutant beasts outside have also gone berserk, and the situation is more serious than the paranormals in the base. There were also many of them. Also, the mutated plants outside are growing crazily. Xiaodong reported the situation outside the base to Lin Xiao. It does feel like a second apocalypse. According to this situation, the human population has decreased by at least 40%. Lin Xiao suddenly let out a deep sigh. Looking at Mrs. Lin, who was sitting on the sofa in the space, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a little tired. Is there any progress on Lin Hao's side? She put aside the gloomy feeling in her heart and asked. Xiaodong shook his head. Not yet. At this time, Elmar came in with a book in her hand. As soon as she came in, she sat on the chair in front of Lin Xiao's table and sighed. In about 2 hours, 18 paranormals have gone berserk. What on earth is going on? It was very effective to gather the paranormals together. Later, there were indeed paranormals who went berserk one after another, but because everyone already knew what was going on. As long as they found something wrong, everyone would rush up and knock them out when the energy of the paranormals went berserk. The question was, what was the cause of all these changes? Would all the paranormals be like this in the future? It's coming. Dr. Lin and Minister Lung have news. At this time, Shen Yuzhen suddenly rushed over and said to Lin Xiao excitedly. Lin Xiao and Elmar stood up from the chair at the same time, turned around and walked out. Let's go. When they arrived at the research department, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to ask, what did you find? Lin Hao was still bending over and staring at an instrument carefully. He didn't have time to answer her. Lung Xiantong turned around and said to Lin Xiao, these zombies, the people who died this morning, and these paranormals who went berserk. There is a substance in their bodies at the same time, but we haven't analyzed the origin of this substance yet. I've checked, there is no such substance in the blood of the ordinary people who are still alive. I think they are safe. At this time, Lin Hao stood up. Although we have separated this substance, we can only determine that it is a type of gas. Gas? Lin Xiao murmured doubtfully. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but what is the difference between the lowest and highest floors of the dormitory building? At this time, Lung Xiantong suddenly asked again. He turned his hand and passed the thing in his hand to a female zombie beside him. The female zombie skillfully took the glass object from his hand and put it into the groove on the side. She was obviously Lung Xuantong's zombie wife, and there was a little brat hiding behind the female zombie's leg because Lin Xiao's aura was too strong. At this time, Xiaodong suddenly said, the mortality rate of the people at the bottom is higher, and the mutated ones are mostly in the lower floors. At this time, Lin Xiao's mind flashed, and he asked casually, so you're trying to say that this gas is actually coming out from underground? Of course, this is only a guess. It has not been confirmed yet. But looking at the changes in the plants outside, I feel that this guess should be correct. According to the theory of the apocalypse 6 years ago, I think this is very possible. Lung Xiantong said indifferently. But why did people die this time? The water in these people's bodies was directly sucked dry. Could this substance evaporate the water in the human body? This was too scary. If this happened a few more times in the future, how would humans survive? Wouldn't they all die by then? Both Minister Lung and I have checked for ourselves. There is no such substance in our blood. It feels like an evolved version of the zombie virus. At this time, Lin Hao spoke again. Chapter 856. Check everyone in the base. Metahumans are the priority. Isolate them according to the results. Lin Xiao immediately gave the order.
Yes.
Shan Yuzhen, who was beside her, immediately sent people to carry out the order. Lin Xiao frowned. She thought about the outbreak of the evolved virus, which completely ignored the effect of the energy from her spatial lake. Yuan Tianqing and her mother had been drinking the water from her spatial lake, so their bodies had accumulated some of that gentle energy. However, this energy could not stop the invasion of the substance that Lung Xiantong mentioned. You guys can continue. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Xiao said to Lin Hao and Lung Xiantong, then left the research room. After walking out of the door, Lin Xiao said to Pesticide, one of the zombies that stayed by her side, after Lin Feng and Qin Yuding are done checking, tell them to find me in the conference room. All the zombies that could be used were sent out. Only Pesticide, Xiao Xiao, and Jing Yan were left by her side. Fortunately, Pesticide was smart. Although his memory had not awakened, his ability to do things and understand things was not bad. Moreover, he could recognize many important people in the base. These were all trained by Qiu Lily and El March. Pesticide did not expect Lin Xiao to give him a task. He had always been an idle existence. The leader had never asked him to do anything serious. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he quickly reacted. He nodded and left. While Universal Base was in control of the situation, Haiqing, Huaxia Base, Skyfire City, Meng Clan, and the Black Dragon Base that had not yet recovered were also in chaos. The more people there were, the more chaotic it would be. The more chaotic it was, the harder it would be to clean up the situation. At this time, the ones that suffered the most were not the large bases but Qingshan Base. Qingshan Base, which was originally built from a mental hospital, had been blasted into pieces. The survivors that were originally small were now gathered in a building on the outskirts of the base. There were about 20 to 30,000 people. At this time, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were surrounded in the middle, the safest position. A group of metahumans and soldiers were guarding the perimeter. Outside the building, there was a group of zombies between level 3 and level 5 guarding the outside. What do we do now? Are we just going to leave him alone in there? The one who spoke was a woman in her 20s. She had short, neat hair and was wearing a doctor's white robe. She was not tall, and her figure was a little thin. Her facial features looked like a pretty daughter from a humble family. There was also a hint of gentleness in her eyes. At this moment, there was still deep worry in her eyes. Lan Lu sighed and said helplessly, "What else can we do? Who among us can beat him? He can't even beat him normally, let alone when he's in such a manic state. What if he continues like this? Will he wake up?" Chang Qingqing, the short-haired woman who spoke just now, frowned and said worriedly. The two of them were talking about the culprit who had destroyed the entire base, their leader. The unfortunate Qingshan base wasn't breached by zombies, but by their own leader. All the major bases in the country thought that Wu Qingyue was the strongest rank 8 leader, and also the strongest metahuman. However, no one knew that Qingshan base had a powerful metahuman who had already broken through to rank 9. It's just that this metahuman was strong, but his brain wasn't very good. Although he was the leader of Qingshan base, he didn't care about anything. Every day, he just wanted to stay in his dark little room and not come out. He didn't see anyone and didn't listen to anyone. The only people who could call him were Chang Qingqing, Lan Lu, and another director who had turned into a zombie. "Sister Qingqing, someone is sick." At this time, a girl in her early 20s ran to Chang Qingqing's side and whispered to her. Chang Qingqing immediately turned her head and asked, "Where?" "Quickly call a bus." After picking up the girl, he immediately brought her into the crowd outside. And the other person who was standing behind Chang Qingqing immediately ran out of the building. Outside the building, a group of zombies surrounded the building, about 3 meters away. Some were standing, some were sitting, but it was very quiet. Only a zombie with a big beard stood there with his hands behind his back. He was 9 meters tall, and his whole body was like a sword. He looked deeply into the distance. Uncle Daba, Ching wants you to go up. Someone is sick. The person who ran down from Ching's side walked behind the big beard zombie and said to him. The big beard zombie, who had a serious and deep aura, immediately turned around when he heard someone calling him. The zombie turned around, his whole back hunched, and a pair of black eyes flashed with silver light. He rubbed his claws and roared excitedly. Roar? Roar, roar, sick? It's a small matter. Come, take me to see Ching's subordinates. What did you say? I don't understand. But his face didn't change, and he turned around to lead the way for the big beard. Ching was staying in a room in a residential area. The buildings in the area weren't tall, and they were densely packed together. There were about 20 to 30 people in the room, and there was a person lying on the bed in the bedroom. He was wrapped in a dirty quilt and curled into a ball. How is it? Ching asked the people in the room as soon as she came in. He has a fever and the temperature is very high. Seeing her come in, the people next to the bed retreated to the side and said, because everyone was in a hurry to move early in the morning, they didn't have time to bring medicine and other things. So now that someone was sick, there was no medicine for the patient to eat. Ching walked to the bedside and carefully looked at the patient on the bed. She reached out and touched the patient's face and forehead. After checking, she found that it was not an awakened ability, but a normal fever. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. There was a woman lying on the bed, and she looked to be about 30 years old. She looked delicate, but her face was a bit yellow, and her face was so thin that you couldn't see any meat, and her eyes were deep. Do you know her name? Ching asked. The people next to the bed replied, her name is Ling Jing. I think she came from the Meng tribe a few months ago. Ching nodded and didn't ask anything else. After a while, she saw the big beard zombie come in. When he came in, everyone subconsciously moved away. Seeing the reaction of the people in the room, the big beard raised his chin and snorted. Roars? Where's the patient? Ching pointed to the bed and said with an expressionless face, Are you blind? Don't you see the one lying on the bed? Did you think we would hide her under the bed? Does she mean that the other person wouldn't look at her before asking? Why would he ask such an obvious question? Roar, I was just asking, why are you so fierce? The big beard's shoulders drooped, and he looked at Ching listlessly. Chapter 857. Cut the crap. Hurry up and treat him. As soon as Ching saw him, she couldn't help but look fierce. Her originally gentle aura immediately turned into that of an angry cat. Roar! Although he was yelled at, the bearded zombie still obediently nodded and walked to the patient's side. Of course, when he stretched out his hand to press on the patient's forehead, his indecent temperament suddenly changed. A white light leaked out from the gap under his palm, and most of the energy in the white light entered the patient's head. A minute later, the bearded man retracted his hand and took 2 steps back. Roar! Ching stepped forward to feel the woman's forehead. She heaved a sigh of relief when she found that the temperature had returned to normal. All right, let's go. Take care of it. She turned around and walked out, disappearing at the door after leaving these words. This was their temporary base. Originally, there weren't many people in Qingshan base, but now, almost half of them were gone. This made the hearts of the leaders heavy. Look, some of the plants outside have withered, but those that have mutated are full of vitality, Wan Lu suddenly said when Ching and the bearded man walked to his side. Ching and the bearded man looked out. The bearded man had obviously noticed this situation and did not react. Ching frowned in confusion. She stared at the plants outside, not knowing what she was thinking. If my guess is correct, there should be a special stream of air seeping out of the ground last night, and that's why it's like this today. The ones affected the most were ordinary people, and only a small portion of the metahumans would go crazy. However, the zombies were not affected. Furthermore, the mutant beasts and mutant plants outside have all changed, especially those that have taken root underground. Lan Lu pointed at the trees that were no longer growing properly. From his observations, the plants were the ones that had the greatest impact. Some of the plants immediately withered, but 90% of the mutated plants seemed to have been injected with growth enhancers, growing at a crazy rate. Chang Qingqing and Big Beardy's expressions also became serious. If that was really the case, then this situation would not only happen to their base. Their old base could no longer be used, but there were still a lot of valuable resources that could not be lost. He also had to build a new base. There were so many things to worry about. They didn't know when their crazy leader would stop. On the other side, Lin Kuei, who had brought Ink and Yi Qingxian to look for his sister, was now heading toward the Green Mountain base. The Meng clan had been searching for a few days, but they couldn't even catch a whiff of Lin Jing's scent. If it wasn't there, he could only look for it in another base. First, he had to see if there were any bases that were closest to the Meng base. Of course, there was no need to go to China. The second closest base was probably the Green Mountain base. However, Lin Kuei did not know the exact location of the Green Mountain base. He only knew that it was in the territory. Lin Kuei, who was resting on a tree early in the morning, suddenly felt something falling on his head. The tree trunk beneath him seemed to be moving. He came back to his senses in a daze and looked down, only to find that the tree he was sitting on was shrinking. Lin Kuei was startled and jumped down from the tree. What the hell? How could the tree move? Mutated? Didn't they only go up last night because they weren't looking for a mutant? As soon as Lin Gong came down, the other two jumped down from a nearby tree. Although they didn't know why this big leopard would call them up every time it went up the tree, they weren't leopards. Why would they go up the tree? In the end, the three zombies stared at the tree Lin Kuei was sitting on. They saw that this 10-meter-tall, originally green landscape tree had all of its leaves turn yellow, and then it withered and fell. Even the tree trunk had lost all of its moisture and withered. Lin Gong looked at this scene with a face full of surprise and confusion. Because of curiosity, the two leopards' ears stood up, and they swung their tails vigorously. What's going on? At this time, Ink reached out and poked him. Lin Kuei turned around and saw her pointing around. What was going on with those trees that were growing at a crazy rate? At this time, there was a sudden ear-piercing meow. Meow, then there was a whooshing sound coming from the surroundings. As soon as Lin Gong turned around, he saw a shadow flashing on the tree in front of him, shaking the dead tree in front of him and causing a bunch of leaves to fall. He saw the shadow stretching out its sharp claws and pouncing towards him. Bang! Lin Kuei only took half a step back, his upper body slightly swayed, and raised his hand to slap the mutant cat in front of him. Meow. The mutant cat's voice was very sharp and ear-piercing. Its body was as big as a giant dog, its forelegs were thick and strong, and the claws that popped out were shining with a metallic luster. Moreover, the roots of the hooks had accumulated a layer of dirty black stuff. The mutant cat's face was ferocious, its two cat eyes were firm and its teeth were bared. It lowered its two ears and fiercely glared at Lin Kuei, roaring nonstop. Meow, meow. There were bursts of cat meowing from different distances. Obviously, there were a lot of them. Lin Kuei frowned and stared at the cat's eyes. He found that its eyes were crazy red, but its expression was somewhat not sober. Ordinary mutant beasts wouldn't attack zombies, especially not high-level level 6 or 7 zombies. But this mutant cat that looked like it was only level 4, why was it attacking them so fiercely and hatefully? He felt that something was wrong. At this moment, there were many giant cat silhouettes flashing around, big and small, everywhere on the tree and on the ground. When cats fight, they actually like to group up. Roar dash, Lin Dao pressed down on his two leopard ears with a face full of displeasure. The green pupils in his eyes contracted into a vertical line. He bared his teeth and roared at these cats. His voice carried the warning of an animal and the pressure of a superior predator. Immediately, these mutant cats all stood up and retreated a few steps. One by one they bared their teeth at him. Roar dash, Lin Dao flicked his tail and roared again. This time he simultaneously lifted his leg and took a step forward. Meow. The surrounding mutant cats immediately couldn't stand it anymore. some of the smaller ones had already turned around and ran away. There were also some big ones that were still staring at Lin Kuei. What the hell are they doing? Don't tell me you mutant beasts have now changed to eating zombies? Lin Kuei's heart was also very confused. Looking at these mutant cats that couldn't be driven away, he was puzzled. After a stalemate for a while, Lin Kuei finally won and ended the confrontation. Lin Kuei was like a proud leopard, slightly raising his chin, lazily flicking his tail, watching those cats retreat further and further, and then all disappear. Mo and Yi Qingxian, who were ready to see a cat fight, had a face full of disappointment. Chapter 858. From that day on, Lin Kuei's team was harassed and attacked by all kinds of mutated animals and plants along the way. It had been 2 or 3 days since the major bases finally controlled the chaos in their own bases. In Sea City, Wu Qingyue and others were sitting in the conference hall for a meeting. Xiao Yunlong had already returned to Sea City with Meng Yu and Kong Qingming. After explaining the situation in the Universal Base, and seeing that Sea City was also in the same state, everyone felt like they had just survived a disaster. Because this turn of events was too sudden. Did the previous rat swarm foreshadow this situation? Kong Qingming, who had woken up, sat in the deputy leader's seat under the table. He frowned and said thoughtfully, "From the information given by the Universal Base, these gases have a fatal effect on living creatures. But why only half of them mutated, and the other half didn't?" Wu Qingyue looked at the backup information in his hand and was puzzled. This question was obviously directed to Emily, who had done research in this area. In the past few days, in addition to the situation in the base, they also noticed the situation outside the base. Now, almost all the trees in the base had been cut down because many of the trees that had not mutated had withered and died. Some of them had mutated, and mutated plants certainly couldn't be left in the base. But now that they were out of the base, the trees outside had already grown like a primeval forest. Even the abandoned streets had been swallowed up by the trees in the parks or green belts. Many mutant beasts had also gone crazy, just like the paranormals who had gone crazy. The mania of the paranormals had never stopped. Every day, there would be people who suddenly went crazy and hurt others. Later, after Xiao Yunlong brought back the research progress of the Universal Base, he gathered all the paranormals together for inspection. Those who might go crazy were locked in a special isolation room to prevent them from hurting others when they went crazy. Those who were brought into the isolation room were watched 24 hours a day. If they had symptoms of going crazy, they would immediately be knocked out by the drugs installed in the isolation room. In fact, these research results should not have been given to Sea City, but after Lin Xiao and Lin Feng discussed it, in order to make Sea City relax a little on the division of areas, they automatically gave the results to Sea City. Mo Li's face was expressionless as she said faintly, "I will find out the reason as soon as possible." Although that was the case, it wasn't that easy to find out the reason. From the research of the past 2 days, these gases entered the bodies of animals or plants before turning into the substances that the sentient beings base had researched. That was why half of the people were mutated, while the other half were unaffected. Although the existence of this substance was not found in the bodies of these people, it was not known whether it was hidden in the blood. Wu Qingyue nodded. "I will send more people to you." Emily nodded expressionlessly. Xiao Yunlong asked, "Then about the division of areas. We agree just like that?" The corners of Wu Qingyue's mouth were slightly hooked up. He had a faint smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes at all. He said, "Zhou, is the situation in the Ministry of Agriculture very serious?" Zhou Shihui's expression had been gloomy for the past 2 days. The situation at the agricultural base was more than just serious. All the crops had died, and the fields were dry and withered as far as the eye could see. The entire farming base was dead, and they needed to plant seedlings again before they could start planting again. At least for the next few months, they would have to eat the food stored in the warehouse. These were not important. The important thing was, those lands are all dead. The geology can't grow living things. Zhou Shihui closed his eyes, looking very tired and a little irritable. The expression on Wu Qingyue's face also disappeared.
He sighed. So, there's no way to save this land.
I think we should take a step back from the sentient being's base. At least, Miss Lu's base has not been affected, right? At this time, Kong Qingming opened his mouth again. Yes, after Kong Qingming returned to his base and saw a dry field, he was badly battered and couldn't think of any way to solve it. But later he received news that the cultivation base of the sentient being's base only affected the plants and not the geology. So, if they wanted to solve the problems of their base, they had to start with the land of the sentient being's base. Now that he thought about it, the entire sea city would need the sentient being's base in the future, at least temporarily. Therefore, now Wu Qingyue had no mind to care about the division of areas. That female zombie could get as much as she wanted. The most important thing now was to solve these problems in his base. As soon as Kong Qingming's words came out, the others immediately fell silent. In the end, they all sighed. On the side of the sentient being's base, Lin Xiao and the others were also silent as they looked at the dead farming base. Lu Jun squatted on the ground, holding a handful of soil in his hand, and sighed. Fortunately, at least we can still save the soil quality of these fields. Looking at the fields on both sides of the road, countless level 2 and 3 zombies each carried a spray bucket, spraying water inch by inch on the ground. This water was a mixture of the lake water in Lin Xiao's space and the water outside. Because when this land was being developed before, Lin Xiao had been using the water in her space to spray this land. As a result, the second outbreak of the virus this time, although the plants here also died. But the geology didn't change, there was still vitality. But except for this land, all the fields were dead. The dead soil was all virus. The ones that could grow were all mutated plants. Fortunately, I left a batch of crops in my space, but fortunately, these seeds also grow quickly. It's okay, we can plant them back soon. Lin Xiao comforted her. This cultivation base had always been managed by Lu Jun from the beginning. Seeing the crops he carefully planted die, this kind of feeling was very uncomfortable and frustrated. Lu Jun's expression was indeed very gloomy, and her heart was also very uncomfortable. But fortunately, to her relief, there was no problem with the land here. Listening to Lin Xiao's words, Lu Jun let out a deep breath and then stood up. Lin Xiao rested her chin on the side. At first, she thought that the lake water in her space was going to lose its effect, but it seems that she was thinking too much. He ordered his subordinates to pull out the withered plants and clean them up. Then, he used the water from the spatial lake and the water from the outside to wash the ground. Lin Xiao then brought out the seedlings that Lu Tianyi had prepared in her space these 2 days. These days, other than the soldiers in the base, Lin Xiao didn't let any humans come to this land to work. Those people were still in a state of emotional instability, so it wasn't suitable for them to work. Chapter 859. In Lin Xiao's space, all 3 buildings had been developed by Lu Tianyi. Because the situation was too serious, Lu Tianyi felt that it would be a waste if he didn't use his sister's space. Therefore, Lu Tianyi went back into Lin Xiao's space and refused to come out. Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered. She let him play around in her space, but she would still quietly help Lu Tianyi fetch water from the lake. She couldn't help it. She could only get close to the lake. Therefore, the 3 animals that could play on the grass were chased into the forest. Woof! Awang sat at the edge of the forest unhappily and barked in the direction of the building. The grassland where they had been playing was now completely cleared by Lu Tianyi. But the soil wasn't plowed yet. Lin Xiao put Xiao, Pesticide, and the others into the space, and let them follow Lu Tianyi to play. When she returned to the base at night, she had a headache looking at the information that Lin Hao and Lung Xiantong had researched. So you're saying that the people with superpowers who were confirmed to be safe are no longer safe? What did he mean by hidden development? Hidden danger? She frowned as she looked at the information in her hands. Lin Hao sat opposite her. I thought that if this substance was a gas that leaked from the ground, it would be impossible for some people to inhale it while others didn't. After all, everyone needed to breathe. Lin Hao crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued to think. So, I studied my and Lung Xuantong's blood in detail and found that it was indeed a little hidden. But it needs a stimulation point to be activated. He used electric current to stimulate his and Lung Xuantong's blood and found that the violent substance would be activated under different levels of electric shock. Therefore, he drew the blood of other people and continued the experiment. He found that everyone's stimulation point was different. Some people's blood would start beating at 50 volts, while others needed a high voltage of 10,000 volts. Therefore, the stimulation point was set according to everyone's unique situation. How could this be? Which means that you or others will act up at some uncertain time or under some stimulation. Lin Xiao frowned at him. That's bad news. But there's another piece of good news here. Lin Hao nodded. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "This kind of madness seems to only happen once." Lung Xiantong studied the metahumans who had acted up and found that there was no longer this substance in their blood. However, I can't be too sure at the moment. If that's the case, then as long as it happens once, it won't happen again. Really? How can you be sure? Didn't you say there's a hidden period? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. If it was really as he said, then this was indeed good news. I already said that I'm not too sure. Lin Hao shrugged. Lin Xiao sighed. All right, I understand. Lin Hao left after giving her his report. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair and turned his head to look at the dark night outside the window. Although she didn't need to breathe, the air pollution on Earth was getting more and more serious. If this continued, it would definitely cause great harm to the human body. The living conditions of humans were getting harsher and harsher. Lin Xiao entered the space and stood in front of the small building. Lu Tianyi was still working in the fields with Xiao, pesticide, and more than 20 zombies. Anyway, there was no day or night in her space. After drinking Lin Xiao's blood, Mrs. Lin has been staying quietly. Lin Xiao glanced at her clothes and hair. Her clothes had been changed, but her hair was still a bit messy. Lin Xiao took out a chair from the house and placed it outside the small building. She waved at her and said, "Come and sit. I'll help you comb your hair." Mrs. Lin was still a bit afraid of Lin Xiao, but she wouldn't resist. Chapter 860. Although Lin Xiao didn't care about her identity as a zombie, she was still more inclined to be a human. These days, the cleanup of the base was carried out very quickly, and everyone's accommodation was redistributed. Of course, these matters were handled by Yuan Tianqing, who woke up after being knocked out for 6 hours by Lin Xiao. After Lin Feng checked his body, he didn't find any signs of that substance invading his body, but Chen Yuding did. So on the second day, he also entered a berserk state, but fortunately, everyone was already on guard. Soon, they found Elmar and knocked him out. Elmar and the rest of the zombies were still wearing masks and sunglasses in front of everyone. The remaining survivors didn't know that these mysterious people in sunglasses were zombies. They only knew that they were the subordinates of the female leader of the base and didn't belong to Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng. Lin Xiao gave Lu Jun a lot of zombies, hundreds of level 3 to level 4 zombies, to make it easier for Lu Jun to manage. Lin Xiao had no choice but to send Pit, who had nothing to do, and Hu Li, who had a soft personality, to the cultivation base to assist Lu Jun. However, Lin Xiao would still spend most of his time in the base. In order to provide more food for the survivors in the base, he also needed to bring food out to trade with other bases. Lin Xiao now spent most of his time on farming. According to the latest news Xia Dong gathered, almost all the farming bases of the major bases were dead, and the entire human race was now facing a situation where no land could be used for farming, and there would be no food to eat in the future. So Lin Xiao felt that the living, edible, and virus-free crops here would be very valuable for at least the next 3 years. After a week of hard work by more than 100 zombies, the land had now begun to grow vibrant buds. Although these buds had just broken out of the soil, or just moved out of the seedling trough, they all seemed to be growing very well. But after all, there was still not enough manpower. These more than 100 zombies worked day and night, never stopping. In this week, they planted less than 5 mu of land, and on the other side, they continued to loosen the soil, continue to open up wasteland, and continue to plant. Lin Xiao thought about it, and could only put down the level 2 zombies. Although the level 2 zombies didn't seem to be very smart, at least they could still understand simple instructions. Therefore, level 1 King Pit and Hu Li, who had nothing better to do, became the coaches of these level 2 zombies. He taught them to open up wastelands, cut down trees and weeds, and to loosen the soil and dig pits. Lin Xiao would let them drink from the lake once every 3 days, so that some zombies wouldn't sneak into the artificial pool that Da He dug last time to drink from. This was because the lake water that Lin Xiao had released into the lake and the water from the river were used to supply the plantation. Fortunately, these level 2 zombies were very obedient, and they didn't know how tired they were when working, and they didn't dare to resist. Their efficiency was naturally several times faster than that of humans. The plantation was progressing quickly, but the research lab was also making progress. Lin Hao and Leng Xiantong already had a preliminary understanding of the source of this substance, and they further analyzed the structure and characteristics of this substance. However, the most important thing now was detoxification and prevention. Look, it's being melted. It's working. In the research room, Leng Xiantong bent over and stared at the microscope. His eyes were shining and his voice was filled with excitement. Really? Lin Hao's eyes also lit up. He leaned over and squeezed Leng Xiantong to the side and stared at it himself. Leng Xiantong didn't care about being pushed away by him and looked at a big rat that was half a meter long in a cage at the other corner. He leaned over excitedly. Squeak, 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 squeak. This rat wasn't quiet, and it kept jumping around in the cage that was 1 meter tall and 1 meter long. It crashed into the cage, and it also injured the rat's head and body. However, this rat didn't care. It bared its teeth, and its facial features were ferocious. Its eyes were red but unfocused. Obviously, this was a mutated rat that had gone berserk. Leng Xiantong placed his hand on top of the rat's cage, and a white mist was released from his hand. When the white mist touched the cage, it immediately formed a layer of ice. The white mist that entered the cage quickly covered the rat's body. Squeak, 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 squeak. The rat that was running suddenly stiffened, and it couldn't move anymore. A transparent white ice gradually appeared on its body, and it was frozen just like that. However, its head wasn't frozen, and it was still squeaking. Seeing that the rat was frozen, Leng Xiantong immediately opened the lid of the cage. At this moment, the female zombie, who was holding a tube of lake water beside him, automatically passed the liquid in her hand to him. Leng Xiantong took it and said to her, "Open its mouth. Don't let it bite randomly." The female zombie squatted down, and both of her hands directly reached into the cage. She opened her fingers and grabbed the rat's nose bridge. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat opened its mouth and wanted to bite, but it couldn't shake off the hand that was grabbing its nose. The female zombie quickly reached in with her other hand and grabbed the rat's lower jaw. Then both of her hands lifted up and opened the rat's mouth. Leng Xiantong poured all the lake water into the rat's mouth, and after he stopped, he let the female zombie open the rat's mouth. Then he closed the cage and melted the ice on its body. Squeak, squeak. The rat that had its ice removed was trembling all over, and it wanted to struggle to run, but its body didn't listen to it. At this moment, Lin Hao also came over and stared closely at the rat's movements. A small figure leaned on the female zombie's leg and stuck its head out crookedly. A pair of dark zombie eyes had a hint of curiosity. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the rat suddenly stopped trembling. It quietly curled up into a ball, and its eyes were wide open without any focus. But after a while, Lin Hao and Leng Xiantong saw that the red in its eyes disappeared. After the red disappeared, the rat's eyes began to shine. It blinked and looked around, and then realized that it seemed to be locked in a bad place. But before it could react, it saw 2 humans standing in front of it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Maybe it was because Lin Hao and Leng Xiantong's metahuman aura was too strong. The rat immediately became alert. In an instant, It shrunk to the furthest corner of the cage from the two of them, and its eyes stared at the two of them. Seems like it's a success. Lin Hao nodded. Then he turned to the assistant beside him and said, "All right, get ready. We need to confirm it directly on a metahuman." Okay. The assistants were none other than the Bao siblings that Lin Xiao brought back from the Huaxiao base. The younger sister, Bao Xiaoying, was helping Lin Hao inside, while the older brother, Bao Xiaogua, was guarding the door. Chapter 861. So, you mean in the case of paranormals going crazy, as long as they drink this, they can calm down? Lin Xiao looked at the research results brought by Lin Hao. Although she wasn't surprised, she was still a little confused. Because Yuan Tianqing and Mrs. Lin had obviously drunk the lake water she gave them, and they drank it every day. So the energy in their bodies obviously couldn't play a preventive or immune role, but after the outbreak, drinking it could suppress it? It felt a bit contradictory. It seems to be the case at present, but it needs to be drunk in enough quantity. He had to do it at least once for it to be effective. It's useless if it's less. Lin Hao nodded, took out a tube thicker than a thumb, and shook it in front of her. So the water in Lin Xiao's space lake not only needs to be provided to the cultivation base, but also to the research room. And the research room only needs to make the packaging. So the packaging materials still need to be collected. Or find some talent in this field to make it themselves. However, talent is not easy to find. Now there are too few people in the base, and most of the ordinary people are ordinary people in society or office workers. Among thousands of people, there was no one in this field that came out. Lin Xiao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that person is coming again? Do I still need to act? After reporting the work, Lin Hao suddenly asked when there was no one around. He heard the news that High City has agreed to the conditions discussed by Lin Feng last time. So this time he came to sign the treaty, but it wasn't Xiao Yunlong who came. Lin Xiao raised her eyelids and glanced at him, saying, "You seem to be having a good time. I thought he wouldn't be so fast. It seems I was wrong." When the man left last time, it seemed that he was really angry. She thought that he would at least take a long time to appear in her base. She didn't expect that in less than 10 days, he was ready to come again. I just don't like him. Lin Hao shrugged. You know, it's not a good way to go on like this. I think he is still a man. If he still doesn't care about you and your mother, I will beat him to death. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him and said lightly, "You can't beat him." Lin Hao. Can't you give me some face? I, your little brother, also want to save face. Who am I scolding for? Looking at Lin Hao's expression of, who am I doing this for? Can't you give me some face? Lin Xiao shrugged and said, however, I don't want to marry anyone. If little man is born in the future, and she wants to follow him, I won't object. I will respect the child's opinion. Lin Hao said disapprovingly, what if the child wants the two of you to be together? Which kid doesn't want their daddy and mommy together? He was actually not the child's father. Lin Xiao said in her heart. However, she did not want to think about that scumbag. In the future, little man would know that the other half of her bloodline belonged to Wu Qingyue. Moreover, based on young man's previous behavior, Lin Xiao felt that this child would still stir up trouble when she came out. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao felt that he would have to suffer in the future. Can't you just be a good baby? Wouldn't it be better to learn from Lingling? Lin Xiao, who had a premonition that her life would be turned upside down by the brat in the future, inexplicably felt that giving the child to Wu Qingyue was not a bad idea. A single-parent family doesn't have a good influence on the child's mental state. Lin Hao said again. Although he was indeed very unhappy that Wu Qingyue took advantage of his sister, objectively speaking, Wu Qingyue was still a good man. At least he had the sense of responsibility. Of course, this was only for now. Whether he would give up on Lin Xiao in the future was unknown. However, for the child's growth and health, as a doctor, Lin Hao also hoped to give the child a healthy family environment. If he dared to give up, he would beat him to death. It seemed like he couldn't beat him? What should he do? It's actually not a bad thing for a child from a single-parent family to mature early. Moreover, I feel that this child's mental state is not as weak as ordinary children. This was a little monster, all right. Lin Xiao continued expressionlessly. Speaking of which, are you speaking for him now? If so, get out. I'm busy.
Oh.
Hearing that she was chasing him away, Lin Hao subconsciously stood up and walked out. After 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at her. No, I'm just thinking from the child's point of view. This child is different from others. He can't be judged by the standard of ordinary children. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xiao replied a little impatiently. She lowered her head to look at the documents while using her hand to sweep him out. TSK. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and turned to leave. 3 days later, Wu Qingyue led the team to the Universal Life Base again. Seeing that the atmosphere at the Universal Life Base was even more peaceful than his own base, Wu Qingyue suddenly felt a little envious of the female zombies' zombie army. At least in this kind of disaster situation, they could suppress and control the situation in time. Moreover, they could also minimize the losses. However, as soon as he saw Lin Xiao, Wu Qingyue immediately thought of how intimate she was with Dr. Lin. Wu Qingyue immediately turned this envy into another kind of jealousy. As a result, when he faced Lin Xiao, the smile on his face was a little cold. What's wrong? Leader Lu's expression seems to be very disappointed to see me. Wu Qingyue sat in the guest seat in the living room and glanced at Lin Xiao with a faint smile. He seemed to say it jokingly. However, everyone present could hear a hint of ridicule in his words. The people of High City couldn't bear to look at it. Their leader's jealousy was too strong. However, the people at the Universal Life Base had a look of curiosity on their faces. This Leader Wu's style today is a little strange. What's with this ridiculing face? What happened to the gentle smile of a spring breeze? Lin Xiao looked at him meaningfully and said with a smile, I thought that someone would be so shocked that he didn't want to see me. It seems that his ability to resist shocks is quite strong. Or, was it a masochist? Did he come to see her act with his brother again? He clearly looked like he was being abused before. Wu Qingyue squinted his eyes and said, It seems that Leader Lu did something to let him down. Can I understand it this way? Wu Qingyue's behavior today was a little strange. Even Lin Xiao began to think so. However, she replied with a straight face, What could I do to let him down? Why didn't I know? The firepower in the venue today was a little strong. They didn't know if they would be swept by it. Chapter 862. Seeing that Long Qingying didn't receive his signal, Lin Wenwen immediately turned her attention to Xiao Liqing. What's wrong with your leader today? Why is there a cold aura coming from his body? Xiao Liqing shrugged at an angle that Wu Qingyue couldn't see and said, I don't know why his mood is like the rain in June. Lin Wenwen, it's said that women's minds are hard to guess, but Leader Wu's mind is even harder to guess. Xiao Liqing. Do you dare to say that out loud? Lin Wenwen shook her head. Nonsense, of course not. I'm not stupid. TSK, you don't want to admit what you've done. Women don't mean what they say. That's right. Wu Qingyue continued to sneer. Woman 1 Lin Xiao, Woman 2 Lin Wenwen. Got hit. Woman 3 Dragons Clear Shadow. Got hit +1. Xiao Liqing thought. That's weird. Boss, wake up. We're here to talk business. Lin Xiao stared at Wu Qingyue with a faint smile and said, Looks like Leader Wu has a problem with women all over the world. But it can't be helped.
So be it.
We still have to sign the contract after all. Lin Xiao put the hat back on her head and ended the last meaningless topic. He then pulled the topic back to business. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, Leader Lu, don't you think you're asking for too much? Do you think Sea City is good-looking but useless? What he meant was that they were just a small base with less than 10,000 people. How dare they compete with a base with more than 1 million people for such a large piece of land? Were they looking down on them? The sarcasm in his words was even stronger than before. Xiao Liqing's expression was starting to change. Did their leader activate some weird button? Tisk, looks like you're not satisfied with our conditions. I thought you'd be so generous. Did I receive fake information? Lin Xiao looked at Wu Qingyue and smiled coldly. He said he received fake information, but he was secretly saying that they'd agreed. Were they going back on their word now? Why was he so insincere? Why did she feel like the Wu Qingyue today was fake? What's with this face and this mouth? Why was he so different from the last time he left? Lin Wenwen glanced at Xiao Liqing and Kong Qingming, his expression saying, "Did your boss take the wrong medicine?" Xiao Liqing, Kong Qingming. I don't know. Don't look at me. I also don't know this kind of man who randomly throws vinegar regardless of the situation. At that moment, Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Xiao's face, but his mind was filled with images of her and Lin Hao together. Needless to say, Lu Tianyu's face had never been put on that kind of heavy makeup like that of an enchantress. This kind of light face made him look much younger. On the other hand, Lin Hao's face was a little more like a baby's, and he looked young and energetic. When the two of them stood together, it made people feel that they were a good match. Therefore, the anger in Wu Qingyue's heart couldn't be controlled no matter how hard he tried. And this female zombie also began to argue with him, so the anger in Wu Qingyue's heart rose more and more. Did this female zombie really want to take his child with Dr. Lin? He would never allow it. Of course, he didn't care about how Jiaxing was divided. He just didn't want to see this female zombie succeed so easily. He was too unhappy. Thinking about it again, Sea City's current cultivation base was paralyzed like the other bases. In the future, he would probably have to continue trading with the base. I just feel that our Sea City seems to be at a disadvantage. What do you think? Wu Qingyue's face darkened. Thinking about the human survivors in Sea City, other than the tens of thousands of psychics, there were less than 700,000 ordinary people left. Although the population had decreased sharply, they were also running out of food. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Lin Xiao and remembered her ambiguous relationship with Lin Hao, Wu Qingyue's eyes became gloomy. Thus, in the end, the smile on his face became sinister. I don't think it's a loss at all. I also feel heartache for giving up such a large batch of food. Besides, everyone has seen the situation outside. I reckon that the resources are getting more and more scarce. Jiaxing isn't worth much either. I feel like I've given you too many conditions, okay? Lin Xiao continued to sneer. What she meant was that if you don't accept it, then we don't want that area anymore. It was useless to come anyway. However, she knew that Wu Qingyue needed food now. Sea City needed food. China, Heaven Fire, the Meng tribe, the destroyed Black Dragon base, and the leaderless Hidden Cloud City. Only places that needed people needed food. Unless they could come up with a way to change the soil before they ran out of food, they would probably starve to death again. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, a cold light flashed in Wu Qingyue's eyes. The smile on his face faded, but his eyes became colder. He knew that he couldn't be impulsive now. He had to suppress the anger in his heart before they could talk properly. The most important thing now was the problem of everyone's food. Since you feel that it's not a loss, in order to have a happy relationship between the two bases in the future, I will reluctantly accept the loss. Wu Qingyue said this through gritted teeth. Although he had relented, he couldn't help but show off his eloquence. He didn't realize that his current behavior in front of the people in Sea City was completely different from before. Lin Xiao wanted to roll her eyes at him, but after thinking about it, she endured it for the sake of her leader's image. The others silently wiped the sweat off their foreheads and sighed in relief. Then, let's officially sign the contract tomorrow. It was supposed to be a peaceful meeting, but for some reason, because of Wu Qingyue, who had changed his style, everyone felt a little tired and left. In the temporary base outside Qingshan Base, Lin Xiao walked in from outside the house weakly. Her face was still very pale. Her eyes were lifeless, and her lips were cracked. Her body's condition wasn't very good. She had been living a miserable life for the past 2 years. She was bullied in Sea City, and after escaping, she was often starved and didn't rest well. Her body was gradually unable to take it. She thought that everything would be fine once she arrived at the Meng tribe's base, but she didn't expect that she could only live in a cold civilian shed. She had to rely on the last few level 3 zombie cores to exchange for a month's low-class meal tickets. She could only get one steamed bun per meal, and there wasn't even any water. She had to use the meal tickets to exchange for water. She was unfamiliar with this place, and it was another woman. Very soon she was targeted. After all, most of the people living in the civilian shed didn't have enough to eat and sleep. Someone found out that she had exchanged a lot of meal tickets, so they snatched all of her meal tickets. After that, she was beaten up and fell sick. After falling into a severe coma, she was directly thrown out of the base, as if she was dead. She didn't expect that when she woke up, she would find herself lying on a truck. Chapter 863. After Ling Jing was thrown out of the Meng tribe's base, she was fortunately rescued by someone. After knowing that she was thrown out of the base, she had already given up all hope. Seeing that the people who rescued her were a level 2 corpse hunter group, these people were preparing to leave the Meng tribe's base and go somewhere else. There were not many people in the level 2 corpse hunter group, only about 20 people. Fortunately, these people were not bad people. After saving her, they protected her all the way to the territory. Later, she followed this group of people into the Green Mountain base. A few days ago, the second apocalypse broke out. Many people died, some turned into zombies. There were not many people in the Green Mountain base to begin with, and now another batch died. There were even fewer people. After the anxiety and panic in everyone's hearts for the past 10 days had passed, they began to complain about the problems that came after. The problem of living, the problem of food. The original Green Mountain base was destroyed by the crazy leader of the Green Mountain base. No one could stop that madman. In April and May in the northwest region, the weather was very cold, and the weather was terrible. This made Ling Jing, who came from China, very unsuitable, so after coming here, she was always sick, and her body was getting weaker and weaker. After she walked into the house, no one in the house looked at her. Ling Jing lowered her head, quietly walked to the corner of the house, and sat in the corner covered with paper. After sitting down, she curled up into a ball, hugging her legs, and wrapped her dirty and torn cotton clothes around herself. The people around her all had a cold expression. No one cared about anyone else, quietly guarding their positions. The people here had not eaten for many days, and every day they could only get a bottle of water and a bun. The food was the food that Hudaba and his men found in the warehouse after carefully sneaking into the Green Mountain base to avoid the madman. Now, the entire temporary base was worried about food. The land could not be used for planting plants, and the food storage would not last long. Lan Lu, Chang Qingqing, and the others had to find a solution before the food ran out. Otherwise, they could only leave this place and try their luck at other bases. How many days can the remaining food last? Lan Lu scratched his head, frowning, and asked. According to the current food intake, at most a month. Chang Qingqing also frowned and said. Hearing this news, everyone's faces sank. On the other side, Lin Gong walked and stopped from time to time. Occasionally, she would climb onto a tall tree or the top of a mountain to sniff the scent. She followed the scent of the humans and headed toward the Green Mountain base. Wu Chengyue signed the contract with Lin Xiao the next day after he arrived at the Universal base. He had also returned to normal. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Standing on the roadside of the agricultural base of Universal Base, he looked at the fields on both sides of the road that were filled with seedlings that contained vitality. Wu Chengyue really wanted to take this piece of land, if it wasn't for this female zombie. He didn't know that this piece of land was saved by Lin Xiao with the lake water of the space. Wu Chengyue thought that there must be some kind of substance in this piece of land that prevented the pollution from invading. But looking at the replanted seedlings, it seemed that the previous crops had also been damaged. Alright, you've seen it. Can we go now? Lin Xiao saw the flash of light in his eyes and could roughly guess what he was thinking. In this situation, anyone who saw a piece of land that could grow normal crops would want to take it for themselves. If it was her, it would be the same. Wu Qinghua turned his head to look at her and said with a faint smile, then she flew, "Please don't forget the requirements of the contract." Lin Xiao pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry. I wonder when Chifu plans to leave?" Since the contract had been signed, take care. Wu Qinghua said with a smile, and I don't plan to go back for the time being. Then I can only disturb you in your base. Lin Xiao was stunned, then looked at him with a cold face. Chief Wu, shouldn't you be very busy in the base? Isn't it not good to just leave like this? Right now, the buildings in the major bases have been destroyed by zombies or crazy psychics, and there are many places to rebuild. And so many people have died, they still need to comfort the survivors and so on. They also need to keep an eye on the psychics in the base to prevent them from suddenly acting up. There was also the matter of food and so on, they were already busy enough. But now this Wu Qinghua obviously wanted to abandon his base and was preparing to stay on our side? I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? What's more, I'm not the only leader in Sea City. Now that I'm on a business trip, the matters in the base will naturally be handed over to them. Isn't this normal? Wu Qinghua just smiled gently and raised his eyebrows, looking at Lin Xiao. But looking at his smile, Lin Xiao felt that the other party's smile had a hidden meaning. And it's indeed normal. Then do as you wish. I won't accompany you. She was very busy. She shrugged, turned around and got into her own car behind her. Wu Qinghua watched her enter the car, then got into his own car. After returning to the base office, Xia Dong came back with the information from the rat nest. It seems that these rats ran out of the ground because they were scared. Sure enough, animals are much more vigilant than humans. Looking at the new information written on the report, the range, speed, and number of the rats, as well as the changes in the level of these mutated rats. You didn't see any level 6 rats? The highest level is only level 5? Lin Xiao looked at the data on the report, raised her head and glanced at Xia Dong, who was sitting opposite. Xia Dong nodded expressionlessly and said, "So far, I haven't seen any above level 6, but there are many level 5 rats." Lin Xiao looked at what was written on the report. The number of level 5 mutated rats had already reached 3 digits. More than 100. Her eyes flashed. Among so many level 5 rats, it was impossible that there were no level 6 rats. Maybe there were really level 7 rats. But when these mutated rats go crazy, they can only kill a few rats of the same level. The scenes that she had observed these days flashed in her mind. The mutated rats with red eyes that attacked their own kind were very destructive and lethal. At that time, when a level 5 mutated rat went crazy, it was just like a wild boar, jumping and biting randomly. The body of a level 5 mutated rat was bigger than a pig, and its teeth and claws were harder than steel. It could almost kill a level 3 or 4 mutated rat with one claw. It could crush the skull of a level 5 mutated rat with one bite. When this level 5 mutated rat went crazy, it caused a little bit of chaos in the huge rat colony. Later, it was surrounded and bitten to death by dozens of level 5 mutated rats. Then the other rat corpses that were bitten to death by this crazy mutated rat were quickly eaten by its companions. That's right, these rats would not let the corpses of their companions go to waste. Because of the lack of food, they would also eat their own kind. Chapter 864. But even so, there were no level 6 mutated rats. Because of these crazy mutated rats, the expansion of the rat colony has slowed down. But it's still spreading and hasn't stopped. This area is now deserted. Xia Dong took out the map and drew a circle with a pen. Then he spread the map on her desk and pointed at the circle with a pen. So the disaster of these rats was still there. What a terrible thing. Lin Xiao frowned with a headache and said, "Keep an eye on them. After the situation in the base stabilizes, let Qiu Lily bring long-range zombies to clean them up." Xia Dong nodded. Lin Xiao said, "That's it for now." Xia Dong immediately stood up, put away his documents, and turned to leave. He had just walked to the door when he bumped into Lu Jun, who was about to come in. But this time the two didn't bump into each other. Lu Jun was also looking down at the dado in his hand. He felt someone walking toward him as soon as he entered the door. He immediately looked up and saw Xiaodong, who had a tough face and was expressionless. He smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. Xiaodong nodded back expressionlessly. Lu Jun swayed her ponytail and went straight in. However, when the two of them brushed past each other, Lu Jun's long hair accidentally brushed against Xiaodong's face. Xiaodong. Lu Jun, who didn't know he had brushed against Lin Xiao's face, put the documents on her desk and sat on the chair in front of the desk. If you want to expand the scale, I suggest you exchange some seeds with High City. Anyway, their land can't be planted now. Why not let us plant the seeds? Lu Jun said. Lin Xiao finished reading the documents in her hand, signed them, and put them aside. Then he reached for the papers she had left on the table, opened them, and looked at them. Thinking that she would have to argue with Wu Qingyue again, and thinking about the man's unstable behavior these 2 days, Lin Xiao felt tired. Well, I know. I will try to help you, she said with a sigh. Lu Jun looked at her confused expression and smiled. It seems that he hasn't given up. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said, I always feel that the man seems to be on his period recently. His mood is unstable. Lu Jun said, this matter will only benefit Haiqing. There's no harm in it. He has no reason not to agree. They provided the seeds, and the Universal Life Base provided the land and manpower to plant the seeds. The harvest could be split 30% to 60%. For Sea City, which did not have any land to plant, the seeds would grow moldy if they were left in their hands, so they might as well cooperate with the Universal Base. Lin Xiao thought about it and said, but we don't have enough people. How strong are the level 2 zombies? Lu Jun nodded. Simple things can still be done. Hu Li and Pit are more patient. After teaching for so many days, these level 2 zombies are now very proficient. However, if he wanted to expand the planting area, he would need to add in more zombies. They didn't talk for long before Lu Jun left. When Lin Xiao finished his work, he looked up at the sky. He found it was dark again. She put down her pen and stood up. However, the moment she stood up, her vision suddenly darkened. Lin Xiao quickly used her hand to hold the table to stabilize her body. After 2 or 3 seconds, the scene appeared in front of her again. She frowned, took a deep breath, and stood up straight. After confirming that the dizziness had completely disappeared, she lifted her legs and walked out. Call Lin Hao to my dorm, Lin Xiao said to Xin Yuzhen after going out.
Yes.
Xin Yuzhen looked at her with some doubt and worry, but didn't dare to ask. She turned around to find someone to pass the message and quickly followed Lin Xiao downstairs. The base's government building was no longer in the school area. It took 10 to 20 minutes to drive from the government building to the hotel where Lin Xiao lived. After getting in the car, Lin Xiao leaned against the back of the seat and squinted her eyes. She didn't know why. After the dizziness, she felt that something was wrong. There was a dull pain in her chest that slowly spread from her heart, but it didn't feel very serious. But this gave Lin Xiao a bad premonition, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. She could only wait for Lin Hao to come and see the result. Not long after, Wu Qingyue received the news that Lin Hao quietly went to the base leader's dorm.
What did you say?
What time is it? Why would he go there? The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared, and he slightly frowned and asked, I'm not sure. Is there something wrong with Leader Lu's body? But she is a zombie. Can Dr. Lin help her? There were only 2 people in the room, so Xiao Liqing didn't care and directly said Lin Xiao's identity. Hearing him say this, Wu Qingyue felt a little uncomfortable because of the contact between the 2 people suddenly disappeared, and there was a faint bad feeling. He frowned, thinking that the female zombie was fine during the day. Was there something wrong with the child? Didn't they say that it had already stabilized? Thinking of this, Wu Qingyue's heart was a little confused. But he still calmly said to Xiao Liqing, you pay attention first, don't get too close and attract the enemy's attention. Xiao Liqing nodded and retreated. Wu Qingyue turned around and went into the bedroom and saw a small bag lying under the quilt on the bed. He walked over and pulled down the quilt on Wu Yueling's face so that she could breathe more smoothly. Wu Yueling was sleeping very soundly, and she didn't feel anything about her papa's movements. Wu Chengyue silently retreated to the living room and stood by the window. He kept thinking about what he had just heard about the female zombie. On the other side, after Lin Xiao arrived at the residence, she frowned more and more. She asked the others to go out, and she sat in the living room and waited. The dull pain in her chest made her feel a little relieved. At least it was not a stomach discomfort.
So little man should be fine.
Soon Lin Hao came. He walked in with a medical box and sat on the sofa next to her. "What's wrong? What happened?" he asked. Lin Xiao pressed her chest and said, "It's not very comfortable here, and I just blacked out." In fact, the medical box that Lin Hao brought was basically useless. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, he also frowned. "Why don't you go directly to my consultation room and have a check?" As he spoke, he stood up and said, "Lie down first, I'll take a look at the child." Lin Xiao was originally sitting on the sofa, so she turned around and lay down as soon as she lifted her legs. After Lin Hao put a pillow behind her neck, he carefully lifted her clothes, revealing a slightly bulging lower abdomen. Chapter 865. When Wu Qingyue appeared on the balcony of Lin Xiao's dormitory, he saw the female zombie lying on the sofa, lifting her clothes to let Lin Hao touch her stomach. His eyes turned cold, but he didn't move. He just stood on the balcony and looked at them coldly, staring at Lin Hao's hand. Although seeing Lin Hao's hand touching the female zombie's stomach made his heart burn with anger, but he also noticed the two people slightly frowning. From their expressions, it could be seen that the two people were in a serious mood. As if feeling a chill all over his body, Lin Hao subconsciously raised his head and looked around, only to see a figure standing outside the balcony. "Who's there?" When he came in, there was no one on the balcony. Lin Hao's eyes turned cold. Lin Xiao closed her eyes and said, "Don't mind him. How is it?" Then she opened her eyes and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, then looked at the balcony and saw that the person had opened the balcony door and walked in. Lin Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wu Qingyue's mysterious, smiling face. He stared at the person without changing his expression. "Leader Wu, this is our leader's private residence. It doesn't seem to be convenient for you to appear here." When he entered, Lin Xiao calmly sat up and put down her clothes to cover her stomach. "It's so late. Why did Leader Wu come here?" She looked over. Wu Qingyue expressionlessly walked in, calmly sat on the sofa next to Lin Xiao, then looked at Lin Hao. "How is she?" Lin Hao couldn't keep his expression. Then he forced himself to roll his eyes and said, "The little one is fine for now, the big one, I don't know." Lin Xiao first looked at Wu Qingyue, who naturally sat beside her, with a strange expression. She really wanted to say, "Who allowed you to sit here? What's with your expression as if this is your own home?" Hearing Lin Hao's answer, Lin Xiao felt relieved. As long as the little one was fine. Wu Qingyue coldly smiled and said, "It's normal that you don't know. After all, Dr. Lin isn't good enough to treat zombies." Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Of course, he could hear the ridicule in the other's words. But he didn't care and expressionlessly said, "That might not be true. At least for now, I'm the only one who knows her situation the best." He did not want to talk to Wu Qingyue anymore, so he shifted his gaze to Lin Xiao's face. He asked, "How do you feel now? If it's possible, follow me to the medical department for a checkup." However, he couldn't see it clearly just by touching it with his hands. He needed to use an instrument to look at the situation in Lin Xiao's stomach. Hearing him say that, Lin Xiao frowned again, thought for a moment and said, "Let's go tomorrow, as long as the child is fine." If it wasn't the baby's problem, then it was her problem. As for her problem, even if she went to the medical department, it would be useless. Those machines couldn't find anything on her body. "Go now," the expressionless Wu Qingyue suddenly said. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at him. He tried to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't help but say coldly, "Chief Wu, are you giving me an order? You treat me as your subordinate?" Wu Qingyue turned to look at her. For some reason, he could smell a faint fragrance in his nose. It smelled good and had a familiar feeling. He felt like he had smelled it somewhere before. Suppressing this doubt at the bottom of his heart, he showed a gentle smile and said to her, "You heard wrong." Lin Hao saw that Lin Xiao didn't want to go to the medical department with him, so he suddenly stood on Wu Qingyue's side and nodded. "I think you should go with me now. Isn't procrastination the most taboo in seeing a doctor?" Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Hao and pursed her lips. This brat dared to undermine her in front of Wu Qingyue. What happened to being on the same side?
What do you mean by changing sides now?
Both men were worried about her body, but the second outbreak of the apocalypse recently might have some effect on her. These days, Lin Hao had been doing research with Lin Xiantong, so he didn't have time to properly check up on Lin Xiao. Although zombies didn't seem to be afraid of exhaustion, Lin Xiao's body was in a special period, so special treatment was needed. Lin Xiao really didn't think it was necessary to go to the medical department so late at night. It would be fine if she went tomorrow. She really didn't want to go out again, and she did feel a little tired. Seeing that she was frowning and wanted to say something to refuse, Wu Qingyue suddenly stood up. Lin Xiao only felt that he moved, and suddenly her vision went dark. Then, she was suddenly grabbed by the waist and legs and was carried up in a princess carry. "What are you going to do?" Lin Xiao's body stiffened. After she reacted, she immediately glared at Wu Qingyue, who was carrying her steadily. "Put me down." After Wu Qingyue carried her, he suddenly felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. After feeling Lin Xiao's stiffness, he looked down and continued to smile at her. "Don't move. We're going to the medical department now." Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold, and she sneered at him while gritting her teeth. "Put
me down."
This bastard dared to carry her so casually. After saying that, she saw that Wu Qingyue didn't move and was about to walk out. Lin Xiao immediately straightened her waist, pulled back her leg, and raised her elbow to hit this bastard. In the end, when she used her strength, the dull pain in her chest suddenly turned into an intense pain. And Wu Qingyue was originally guarding against her resistance and attack. When she moved, he suddenly tightened his arms, preparing to wrap her tightly. In the end, he didn't expect that the strength that she had just used would suddenly disappear. Then, he heard Lin Xiao's almost inaudible snort. "Hey, what's wrong?" Wu Qingyue was shocked and immediately looked at her face. He saw that she was frowning, and her eyes were closed. Even her body unconsciously curled up into a ball. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hearing Wu Qingyue's slightly panicked voice, Lin Hao, who was about to say that he did a good job, was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted. Wu Qingyue hurriedly put her back on the sofa, and the smile on his face disappeared. He stared at Lin Xiao. "I don't know. I didn't do anything. It was just a hug. What's wrong? Let me take a look first." Lin Hao didn't care anymore. Seeing that he put her back on the sofa, he pushed him to the side. He squeezed in front of Lin Xiao to look at her. Lin Xiao laid down on the sofa and softened. She let out a deep breath. The pain just now was only for a moment, so when Wu Qingyue nervously put her down, the pain had already disappeared. There was only a small throbbing pain in her chest. Lin Hao saw that she subconsciously clutched her chest tightly, and his brows immediately twisted. He couldn't help but press his hand over as well. He was ready to try using his special ability, but he didn't know if it would work. In the end, before his hand could touch Lin Xiao's chest, it was grabbed by another hand. "What are you doing?" Chapter 866. What am I doing treating a patient? Lin Hao didn't react for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly realized which part of his sister he was about to touch. Oh, okay. That part was a bit, but he was a doctor. He couldn't feel a lot of things without touching. At this moment, Lin Xiao gently waved their hands away. Then, she relaxed her eyebrows and sat up. The whites of her eyes had turned completely black. In the darkness, two fluorescent green pupils shone with a cold light. She raised her head and looked at Wu Qingyue coldly. She said in a cold voice, "Don't touch me casually." The moment she spoke, the pain in her heart seemed to twitch again. Her eyebrows trembled again. This man hugged her without her permission, which made her very unhappy. Although she didn't really dislike it, she just felt very unhappy. Wu Qingyue stood up. When he faced the alienating indifference in Lin Xiao's eyes, he inexplicably panicked. He raised his hands slightly and made a gesture of surrender. He took a step back and said, "Okay, I understand." Lin Xiao pressed her chest and said to Lin Hao, "If it's my problem, then human equipment is useless to me. I'll go into the space and deal with it myself. Don't worry. Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng will take care of the base's affairs for the next few days. Pass the order for me." Seeing that she said so, Lin Hao could only take a step back. "Oh, okay then." Lin Xiao stood up and disappeared into thin air before the two of them. Lin Hao sighed and turned to look at the expressionless Wu Qingyue. He raised his eyebrows, picked up his medical kit, and turned to leave. Wu Qingyue looked at the place where Lin Xiao had disappeared. His eyes were calm, but no one could tell what he was thinking. After watching for a while, he also turned to the balcony and disappeared into the night. After entering the space, Lin Xiao appeared directly by the lake. She released a cloud of black fog to wrap herself up and quickly took off her clothes. Then, she stepped into the water with her bare feet and walked down while holding her throbbing chest. She didn't know why, but the abnormal pain in her chest made the bad feeling in her heart more and more obvious. Following her instincts, she just wanted to go to the bottom of the lake and use the power of the lake to suppress this feeling. Lin Xiao could vaguely feel that the effects of the lake water could alleviate her current situation. The zombies who were busy farming in her space suddenly sensed Lin Xiao's presence and turned their heads to look at the direction of the lake. Then, he saw a mass of black fog, which then slowly moved into the bottom of the lake. Lu Tianyi looked at the black fog in confusion. He knew that Lu Tianyi was there. He didn't pay much attention to her as he watched her enter the water. After Lin Xiao entered the water, he absorbed the energy in the lake into his body while swimming to the bottom of the lake like a fish. By the time she reached the bottom of the lake, her body had already been wrapped in a thick green energy ball. The energy in the water entered her body and quickly gathered at her heart, brain, and lower abdomen. When Lin Xiao concentrated the energy into his body, the zombies on the surface of the lake felt the pressure from the lake lighten and then disappeared. When the energy of the lake gathered at his heart, the pain in his heart slowly subsided. Lin Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. As he relaxed, a wave of sleepiness slowly attacked him. Lin Xiao lost consciousness unknowingly. When Lin Xiao entered the state of recovery under the lake, the zombies on the shore still didn't know what was going on. The next day, Lin Hao brought Lin Xiao's words to Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng. Then, while worrying about Lin Xiao's situation, he absent-mindedly went to do research. Wu Qingyue called Xiao Licheng and Kong Qingming over to discuss the next step. "I think that since the base has a way to solve the problem of the land, the other party may not be willing to give us this method. Why don't we rent a piece of land from them and plan it ourselves?" After thinking about it, Kong Qingming suggested, "I've seen it. Lu Tianyu's cultivation base is now full of zombies. There are no humans. If we want to rent it, our people will appear there, and they will definitely find those zombies. I don't think in this situation she will agree to rent the land to us." Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and smiled faintly after listening to Kong Qingming's proposal. "All zombies? That's true. If it were me, I wouldn't agree to rent it out either." Kong Qingming listened and thought about it. "Why don't we provide the seeds to them and let them plant it themselves? We will take back about 30 to 40% of the harvest. This way, no one will lose out," Xiao Licheng said after thinking about it. Wu Qingyue nodded at this time, his smile deepening a little. He said, "I think so too." The other two looked at him and suddenly understood something. Kong Qingming's eyes flashed and said with a smile, "Leader, you actually had this idea a long time ago. I guessed right, you had already thought of this before coming to the base. That's why you asked me to prepare so many seeds. I thought you were going to use them to make a deal with them." Wu Qingyue just smiled at him and didn't say anything. The two of them immediately understood what he meant. Obviously, This man had thought of this a long time ago. Okay, I'll go talk to Yuan Tianxing and the others. Kong Qingming nodded and smiled with a sigh of relief. We can't take less than 30% of the harvest in the future. Wu Qinghua nodded. Kong Qingming also nodded. Understood? This time, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, I'm afraid the population of the other bases will riot. Especially the bases in the southwest. I think the people who stayed behind will all leave this time. Xiao Liqing opened his mouth to talk about the situation of the other bases. Their sea city had a lot of new survivors during this period of time. They all came from the south or southwest. Most of them were survivors from the two major bases, Earth Dragon Base and Hidden Cloud City. Originally, they could all join the Universal Base, but who asked the people in charge here to be old subordinates of the Netherworld King's Base? Even if they had the thick skin, they still had to consider whether or not the other side was willing to take them in. Therefore, the better choice, of course, was the Sea City next to the Universal Base. Sea City originally had a lot of people, and it had reached a state of saturation. In the end, with the sudden evolution of the virus, the population directly decreased by 40%. Therefore, the previous saturation problem disappeared. It was just that some people might still set their sights on the Universal Base. But their intentions might not be so pure. This was a new base. If they killed everyone in this base, they wouldn't be able to survive. Then wouldn't this base directly become theirs? Chapter 867. At this time, a group of people from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon Base were gathered at the intersection of Uptown and Haiqing District, discussing where to go. Have you figured out the situation of Universal Base?
Can you do it?
According to the information from Haiqing, the base is in Uptown. Plus, the number of survivors has only joined 3 times. The total number of people added up to about 10,000. Many people must have died. I think there are only a few thousand people there. Most importantly, they don't have many psychics. I heard that the female leader is a level 7 poison psychic. I'm afraid she won't be easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? You don't have to use force to deal with the woman. We can do it with our hearts, can't we? And you can do it with your kidneys. I heard that the woman is pretty good looking. Hee, you mean seduce her? Then make her fall in love with you. When she loses her guard, kill her. Not me.
Zhuo-chun, you go.
You can use your looks. Yeah, Zhuo-chun, you're the prettiest in our group. You have a higher chance of success. I agree.
Zhuo-chun, you go.
The group of people all looked at a handsome man in his 20s with a good temperament. Zhuo-chun was stunned, then smiled. Are you asking me to fight with Wu Qinghua from Haiqing for her? Why do I feel like I don't have much hope? One of them said carelessly. Now everyone knows that Wu Qinghua has been chasing her for so long. It must be that the woman isn't interested in his smiling type. I think you're pretty good. Handsome. Which woman doesn't like your type? Look at the women in our team. Which one doesn't want to climb into your bed? As he said that, he pretended to look at Zhuo-chun with disdain, right? I think you've tasted all of these women, ha. The smile on Zhuo-chun's face immediately turned lewd. Too little. Not enough to play with. But after hearing what you said, I'm interested in the female leader. Thinking about pressing a level 7 female psychic on top of me, that feels pretty good. Everyone immediately began to laugh in an indecent manner. Not long after, the Universal Base immediately received news that a group of outsiders were heading towards their base. The ones in the southwest should be the people from Hidden Cloud City and the Earth Dragon. How many people? Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng sat in the office and asked Li Zheng. Li Zheng said, there are quite a number of them, about 3,000 or 4,000. From the looks of it, they were all from the corpse hunters, not the army. There should have been more than this. They are led by several level 6 ability users, and there are quite a few ability users in this group. Level 6? How many? Lin Feng asked. 7, Li Zheng replied. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing exchanged glances. A hint of vigilance flashed across their eyes. If 7 level 6 arcanists joined their base, they would not be much of a threat, but they still had to guard against them. Keep an eye on them. It's best to figure out their true intentions. If you just want to join our base, of course we welcome you. I'm just afraid that they have ulterior motives, Yuan Tianqing said. I'm keeping an eye on him, Li Zheng said. They had indeed sent people to keep an eye on that group of people. Let them come. Even if they have ulterior motives, they need to have the ability to do so. We're not afraid, Lin Feng said indifferently. Yuan Tianqing thought about it and agreed. They had fewer people now, but there were many zombies. Moreover, there were many strong zombies. What was there to be afraid of? If they dared to cause trouble, they could just chase them out. Right? Has Haiqing counted the number of seeds they gave? How many mu of land can they plant? Lin Feng suddenly asked Yuan Tianqing. Lu Jun hasn't sorted it out yet, but it should be soon, Yuan Tianqing said. Lu Jun has already mentioned this to the leader, and the leader originally had the same idea. I didn't expect them to come to us before we even found Haiqing, Lin Feng said expressionlessly. But his tone showed that he was in a good mood. Actually, it's normal for them to think that way. If other places can't be planted, then our land will become very precious in the future, Yuan Tianqing said with a faint smile. Right now, all the major bases had no way to deal with the virus-infected land. It wasn't just Haiqing that was eyeing Haiqing's land. Other bases would also look over in the future. At that time, there would be many ulterior motives mixed in with these gazes. On the other side, in the temporary base of Qingshan Base, Ling Jing was walking back upstairs with water and a hard bun. As she walked, there was a sudden commotion from above. Not good, he's crazy. Everyone, don't get close. Get out of here quickly. Go down. Ah dash, bang dash, boom dash. Ling Jing was stunned. She didn't hear the sound from above, so she stopped in a daze and looked at the people running down with messy footsteps. The people running down looked a little panicked, but there weren't many other emotions. When the people ran down, some didn't even look at Ling Jing, and some pretended not to see her. There were also people who felt that she was blocking the way and pushed her away. Don't block the way. Ling Jing didn't expect to be pushed, and her body bumped into the iron railing beside her. She felt a dull pain in her waist, and she frowned. Go down, don't stay here. There's a level 4 arcanist up there going crazy. A woman who was staying in the same room as Ling Jing saw her and casually mentioned it to her. After that, she ignored her and ran away. Hearing someone say that there was an arcanist going crazy, Ling Jing also knew what was going on. She immediately endured the pain in her waist and turned to run down. On the way down, she was bumped into a few people. By the time Ling Jing reached the bottom of the building with the crowd, the commotion downstairs had slowly subsided. It seemed that the people from the base had gone up to settle it. Ling Jing panted. After running for a while, she felt weak and dizzy. She opened the water in her hand and drank a few mouthfuls to calm her breathing. Suddenly, someone bumped into her, and she almost dropped the water in her hand. TSK, don't stand here and block the way, okay? A cold voice sounded beside her. Ling Jing turned her head and saw that it was also someone who lived with her. However, the other party's attitude had always been very unfriendly, and every time he saw her, he would make a few sarcastic remarks. It was the same now. She was clearly standing to the side, and she wouldn't be in the way at all. It was fine that this person bumped into her, but he still blamed her. Chapter 868. Ling Jing glared at her angrily, but didn't say anything. Yo, what are you staring at? What are you staring at? Do you know that you look as ugly as a ghost when you stare like that? The other party was a young woman who looked to be in her late 20s. She wasn't considered good-looking, but she wasn't ugly either. She was just a little prettier than an ordinary person, and she was also young. However, she wasn't as good-looking as Ling Jing. If it wasn't for Ling Jing's poor health that caused her complexion to look bad, she would definitely look better than this woman. There were two men standing next to the woman. These two men were currently staring at Ling Jing with an evil and greedy gaze. Ling Jing's stomach rolled uncomfortably under the other party's stare. She frowned slightly. How can you say she looks like a ghost? Are you jealous? She looks prettier than you, hee hee. One of the men suddenly raised his hand and pushed the woman to the side. Then, he stared at Ling Jing's body and said with a grin, The woman's face darkened. After twisting for a moment, she suddenly laughed sarcastically. Yes, that's right. I really don't look as good as her. But I'm young. Look at her. She could fall with a single gust of wind. I don't even know if she can live to see tomorrow. Sickly beauty is also beautiful this way. It makes people feel more protective of the fairer sex, isn't it? The other men also laughed. When he talked about feeling protective of the fairer sex, he looked at Lin Xiao's chest with a hungry gaze. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Ling Jing's body stiffened from his action. Goosebumps rose all over her body. She immediately took a few steps back, wanting to pull away from these people. Hey, sickly beauty, where do you want to go? The two men immediately moved to her side and blocked her way. Yeah, it's too dangerous outside now. It's better not to run around, the other man also said with a smile. Although these two men were ordinary people, they looked sturdy and tall. They also looked very boorish. She didn't know how many days it had been since they last bathed. A rancid and sour stench assaulted her stomach. What do you want? Ling Jing covered her nose. Seeing the two men blocking her way, she immediately stared at them vigilantly. The woman seemed to know what the two men wanted to do, and a dark light suddenly flashed in her eyes. She looked left and right and whispered to the two men. Hurry up and take them away. No one from the base is here. The people she was talking about were the guards. As soon as the two men heard it, they immediately moved quickly. Before Ling Jing could react, one of their big hands covered her mouth, and the other two immediately pulled Ling Jing's arm and dragged her to the corner of the alley.
Oh.
Woo woo woo. Ling Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately struggled when he regained his senses. However, she was a sickly woman. How could she be a match for two strong men? No matter how hard she kicked and struggled, she couldn't loosen the grip on her arm. Although the surrounding people saw this scene, they immediately looked away and pretended not to see it. It had nothing to do with them, and it was better to avoid trouble than to get involved in other people's business. At this time, Hudaba, who was guarding outside the temporary base, was squatting on a mutated tree and chewing on a piece of grass. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stood up on the branch. Roar! Alert! In less than 2 seconds, Hudaba immediately roared. The surrounding zombies immediately showed a vigilant expression. Then, they felt an irresistible pressure coming over. Upstairs, Chang Qingqing and Lan Lu were sitting in the temporary office. Suddenly, her expression also changed. She stood up and ran to the window to look outside. Chang Qingqing and Lan Lu were sitting in the temporary office upstairs. Suddenly, her expression changed. She stood up abruptly and ran to the window to take a look. What's wrong? Lan Lu saw her abnormal look and asked curiously. Something's coming. The expression on Chang Qingqing's pretty face became serious. He saw that the group of zombies led by Hudaba was in a state of martial law. The group of zombies led by Hudaba were in a state of martial law. He saw that the zombies led by Hudaba were in a state of martial law. Where did the level 1 king zombies come from? Lan Lu was confused, but he was not very nervous. It was just 2 level 1 king zombies, he was not worried. Then he saw the 2 level 2 king zombies stopped a few hundred meters away from their temporary base. He did not know what they were going to do. They stopped. Chang Qingqing's face was calm, and she did not show any emotions even though the 2 level 1 king zombies had stopped moving. Roar dash! Hudaba jumped to the roof of a nearby building and roared at the 2 level 6 zombies. His voice was filled with warning and expulsion. At this time, Mo and Yi Qingxian were a little surprised. They looked at each other and saw a trace of confusion in each other's dark eyes. What was going on? Were these people also protected by zombies? They thought that only the base had zombies and humans coexisting. They did not expect it to be the same here. Neither of them dared to confirm it. What was the relationship between the zombies and these people? Looking at the people in the base, they also had a very strong aura. Obviously, they were stronger than the zombies outside. So, they were not being reared by the zombies. Was it the same as the base? Just when Hudaba, Chang Qingqing, and Lan Lu, who were the strongest people, were attracted by the two level 1 king zombies. There was a black shadow following Ling Jing's aura and was quickly approaching her position. Woo dash, Ling Jing struggled, but could not get rid of it. In the end, she could only open her mouth and bite the hand that was covering her mouth. Ah, motherfucker. You dare to bite me?
Fuck.
The man who was bitten screamed in pain and suddenly stopped. He quickly pulled out the hand that was bitten by Ling Jing. Ling Jing bit down harshly, using all the strength in his body. The man's hand was bitten. The man pulled his hand, and in an instant, a piece of skin was bitten off. Ah, dash, the man screamed in pain again. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was so angry that he could not help but slap Ling Jing's face.
Paw dash, bitch.
How dare you bite me? I will let you bite something bigger later. After saying that, he used the hand that was bitten to grab Ling Jing's chest. However, because Ling Jing's clothes were too thick, he did not manage to grab anything. Ah, let go of me. Let go. Help. Help. Whoa. Ling Jing's mouth loosened and she immediately began to yell. But soon, the man covered her mouth again. The young woman who lived with Ling Jing was carefully observing the back. When she suddenly heard Ling Jing scream, she was startled. She immediately turned around and scolded the two men in a panic. Don't let her make a sound, you two idiots. Do you want to be discovered? The man who was bitten said angrily. Got it. Motherfucker, this woman dared to bite me. Wait for me to kill you. Just like that, they dragged Ling Jing into an abandoned house at the side. Chapter 869. Ling Jing struggled angrily and desperately, but her strength gradually ran out. Her heart sank to the bottom, and her whole body felt cold. What to do? What to do? Someone save her. Although she hoped that someone would save her, on the other hand, she knew that in this post-apocalyptic world, no one would save a stranger who had nothing to do with them. She was not familiar with anyone here, nor did she have a good relationship with anyone. So, no one would come to save her. She did not expect that from China to the Mongolian race, and then from the Mongolian race to here, she still could not survive in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world. Puff! The two men dragged Ling Jing into the house, and the woman behind immediately closed the door. I will gag her mouth, and then you can play with her however you want. The woman took out a dirty towel, and then walked towards Ling Jing with a smile. Woo. Ling Jing did not give up, but she did not have much strength left, so she did not struggle much. She stared fiercely at the woman walking towards her, as if she wanted to eat the other party. She did not know how she had offended this woman, but after living together with her, this woman's attitude had always been like this. This woman usually did not get along with her in the dormitory, and she did not care about all kinds of sarcastic remarks. Later on, when she was annoyed, she would either avoid her. In the dormitory, she would usually not stay alone with her. She did not expect that this woman would actually help these two men to harm her. Her heart was too vicious. At this time, the woman stood to the side and looked down at her with a proud face. She mocked her. Usually you will look weak to attract pity from others, and you still think that you are so beautiful. All day long, you only think about seducing men. Fortunately, Captain One does not like you. Otherwise, you may not even be able to give birth to a child and die. Captain One was the security team leader in charge of this area, called Wan Wusheng, a level 4 water ability user. Because Ling Jing was usually sick, he would occasionally bring her a bottle of water to take care of her. In fact, this was only Wan Wusheng's responsibility as the leader of the base's security department, and there was not much selfishness in it. However, this young woman had already taken a fancy to Wan Wusheng. So when she saw that Wan Wusheng would occasionally give water to Ling Jing, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Clean water was also very precious in the base. When Ling Jing heard this, she suddenly understood. She wanted to loudly tell the other party that there was nothing between her and Captain Wan, so don't blame it on her. But before she could speak, the woman crumpled the towel in her hand into a ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Woo. She felt a sour, salty, and bitter taste in her mouth, making her stomach churn again. The two men held her down as they began to tear off her clothes. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by outside the window. Bang! The door that was originally closed by the young woman was suddenly smashed open. The door was pushed back and hit the wall. The huge movement behind them startled the four people in the room. The young woman and the two men turned to look at the door at the same time. In the end, before they could see anything, they only saw a black shadow with a few metallic luster flashing in front of them. Poo-pee-oo-pee-oo. The slight sound of flesh being cut rang in the air, and the room became quiet. The woman and the two men maintained the posture of turning their heads and widened their eyes, but their bodies were stiff and motionless. Then, they saw that the clothes on their necks were slowly overflowing with blood-red color. Feeling that something was wrong, Ling Jing quickly regained her senses. She took the opportunity to struggle and found that the two men had let go of their hands. She hurriedly grabbed the messy clothes in front of her chest and climbed up. She used her hand to pull the towel out of her mouth. She instinctively hid to the side in a safe position. When she hid behind a shabby table, she gasped for breath. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of something falling to the ground was heard. Ling Jing uneasily stuck her head out from behind the table and saw that the three men had fallen to the ground, motionless. But when she saw a black shadow at the side, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and open her mouth.
It was a huge black panther.
It sat on the empty space at the side with its two forelimbs propping up its two ears and quietly looked at her, its tail wagging behind it. The black panther's fur was very smooth and glossy black. Its muscles were smooth and strong, and its eyes flashed with a cold light. Ling Jing felt a chill all over her body being stared at by the panther. She thought that the panther would pounce on her in the next moment and bite her neck. She stared at it stiffly and didn't dare to move. They stared at each other like this for a while, and suddenly, the black panther moved. It stood up and slowly moved towards Ling Jing with its front paws. Ling Jing suddenly widened her eyes and almost stopped breathing. The fear in her heart made her unable to move, but she couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. There was only one thought left in her mind, and that was that she was about to be eaten by this huge black panther. Ling Jing watched the black panther get closer and couldn't help but close her eyes. Her heart was filled with despair as she waited for the arrival of death. She thought that being bitten to death was better than being raped to death by these two men. But after waiting for a while, Ling Jing was about to faint from fright, but she didn't feel the intense pain of being pounced on. She was at a loss for 2 seconds before she raised her head in confusion. She saw the black panther standing less than half a meter away from her, looking at her quietly. Ling Jing's heart was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why this panther was staring at her instead of eating her. Before she could think too much, she saw the panther suddenly stretch its head over. Ling Jing was startled and quickly closed his eyes again. In the next second, she felt a soft feeling of fur rubbing against the side of her face.
Ah!
Ling Jing opened her eyes in surprise and saw a black cat's face rubbing against the side of her face. What? What was going on? Ling Jing was a little confused, and the feeling of shock was unknowingly suppressed by confusion. The black panther used its forehead to kiss her a few times and pushed her with its head. Then it took a step back and turned around. After taking a few steps out, it stopped and turned back to look at her. Ling Jing didn't understand what it was doing. Seeing that Ling Jing didn't move, the black panther swung its thick and long tail and swept her face. Then it hooked her hand and pulled it out. Ling Jing felt its slight pulling force and couldn't help but have a strange thought flash through her mind. Did this panther save her just now? Did it want her to go with it now? After these two thoughts rose in her mind, she looked at the black panther with uncertainty. Chapter 870. Ling Jing could feel the black panther's kindness, so she stood up. But as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy, and everything in front of her was flashing. Just when Ling Jing was about to faint, the black panther quickly turned around and used its back to support her. Ling Jing had just gone through a shock and struggled with all his might, causing his body to be unable to take it anymore. After feeling that the leopard wouldn't hurt her, she relaxed her mind and lost consciousness. On the other side, Lan Lu and the others were staring at the two level 1 king-level zombies. They kept a safe distance, and Lan Lu didn't want to make a move until they got close to their base. Since Lan Lu didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either. Not long after, he suddenly saw a figure flash out from the side. That is... Chang Qingqing looked over and saw that the figure was holding a person in his arms. The other party was approaching the two level 1 king-level zombies. That is a level 2 king-level zombie,
Lan Lu suddenly said.
He is holding a person in his arms. Chang Qingqing frowned. I will go check it out, Lan Lu said and jumped out of the window, rushing towards the direction of the 3 king-level zombies. If the other party didn't have a human in their arms, Lan Lu could ignore them. But the other party had obviously taken a human from their base, so he couldn't ignore them. Lin Kuei immediately sensed the Blue Land's movements. He didn't react much, just stopped on a building outside, holding the unconscious Ling Jing in his arms. He turned around and quietly watched as Lan Lu arrived in front of him. Mo and Yi Qingxian stood behind him vigilantly, staring at Lan Lu. Lan Lu stopped at the rooftop of the building opposite the 3 zombies. He stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked at the 3 quiet zombies. He squinted his eyes and saw 3 pairs of dark eyes with different colors. He had dealt with zombies before, and judging from the situation in front of him, these 3 zombies did not show any hostility towards him. They just had an instinctive vigilance. Lan Lu didn't know what was going on with the 3 zombies, and he didn't know if they could communicate. So he asked tentatively, "You want to take her away?" He noticed that the way the second-grade King Beast King was holding the person was a bit different. It didn't look like he was catching prey, but more like he was carefully protecting the person. Therefore, Lan Lu could immediately tell that the level 2 king would not harm the woman in his hands. Lin Ran nodded and did not make a sound. Lan Lu looked at him in surprise. You can understand it? Looks like you're not an ordinary zombie. TSK, aren't you the same? He is not an ordinary person. Which normal person would mingle with zombies? At this time, Yi Qingxian, who was behind Lin Kuei, sneered at Lan Lu. Hearing Yi Qingxian's hoarse and ear-piercing voice, Lan Lu smiled, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. You guys are from the Universal Base, right? Can you tell me what is your relationship with her?
Take her away from me.
I want to know if it's safe for her to go with you. Yi Qingxian said, at least it's safer than staying in your base, because we will protect her. In other words, she was not doing well in the base. Just look at the sickly expression on his face. Lan Lu was dazed. He thought for a while and asked, so you're going to take her back to the Universal Base? This time, Yi Qingxian didn't say anything, but Lin Ran nodded. Lan Lu nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, if that's the case, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't you come with us in 2 days? I remember that our base has just discussed a cooperation with your base. It's convenient for us to go together. What do you think? Lei Cheng and the others had come back with the conditions of the cooperation. However, Lin Ran didn't know about the cooperation because he wasn't in the base at that time. Lin Kuei looked at him blankly and didn't know what was going on. You guys don't seem to know about this? How about I show you the contract? Lan Lu guessed what Lin Kuei was thinking when he saw his expression. Lin Kuei thought for a while and nodded. He finally opened his mouth, and his voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Please? Lan Lu smiled and asked, do you want to rest in our base? Lin Kuei shook his head and said, no, thank you. We'll just wait outside. Lan Lu nodded and didn't insist. He said, okay, please wait a moment. Then he turned around and went back to their base. Lin Kuei didn't have to wait long before Lan Lu returned. He had another short-haired woman with him. This is the contract. You can see if your leader's signature is real. Lan Lu waved a document. Lin Kuei hugged Ling Jing and didn't move. Behind him, Mo, who had been expressionless and silent, walked out and took the document from Lan Lu. Then he brought it back to Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei then handed Ling Jing to Yi Qingxian, who was next to him, and took the document to read. Seeing that it was indeed the signature of the female leader of the base, he nodded and passed the document to Mo, who then passed it back to Lan Lu. "When are you leaving?" he asked. Lan Lu said, "Tomorrow." The number of people has already been prepared, but the second virus outbreak has disrupted it. Lin Kuei nodded. "Okay, we'll appear tomorrow." Then, he turned around and hugged Ling Jing, then flew away with Mo and Yi Qingxian. On the other side of the base, all the zombies outside the base had been summoned to Wu Shan's cultivation base. Therefore, when Zuochen and the people from Hidden Cloud City came over, they didn't encounter the zombie wall. Recently, the flow of people outside had been too chaotic. In order not to cause trouble, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Qiu Lili, and Elmar discussed and suggested to remove the zombie defense line outside the base. They brought all the zombies above level 3 into the base, especially the second base. However, disguises still had to be done. Clothes, sunglasses, hats, and so on had to be worn. Therefore, the survivors in the base didn't know when they started to see a large number of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms, hats, and sunglasses appearing in the base. Moreover, these people were usually far away from the people in the base, maintaining a subtle distance. When Zuochen and the others entered the base under the guise of joining, they immediately began to secretly gather information. When they heard that there was a second base in this base, they thought that the structure of this base was the same as the other bases, with an outer area and an inner area. And the second base, which no one was allowed to enter, should be the inner area. However, they didn't know who lived in the second base. They only knew that the female leader lived there. Chapter 871. Lin Xiao stayed in the water for a while, refusing to come ashore. 2 or 3 days later, Wu Qingyue began to feel uneasy. Thinking back to the zombie leader's expression and body reaction that night, it was clear something had gone wrong. But he also knew there was nothing they could do to her body. She could only rely on her own healing abilities to heal, and he didn't know if it would work. With the zombie leader gone, Wu Qingyue remained at Universal Life Base. He talked with Yuan Tianqing and the others about borrowing seeds. Of course, he knew the base had cleared out the zombies on the outskirts, but that was only on the surface. Hidden Cloud City and the Earth Dragon base originally had more than 1 million human survivors. After this second outbreak of the virus, the number was reduced by nearly half. The most important issue was the issue of land. Therefore, during this period of time, there was a constant flow of survivors from the southwest region towards Haiqing and Huaxia's 2 major bases. When Zuochen's group joined the Universal Life Base, Yuan Tianqing and Wu Qingyue had sent people to investigate their background. Most of these people are from Hidden Cloud City's corpse hunters. Hidden Cloud City was just like Earth Dragon, with the leader and deputy leader, as well as all the department heads, all mysteriously assassinated. So the resources were split among the corpse hunters, who were quick to react. But then Skyfire Base robbed them. However, even so, they still relied on these resources to strengthen themselves. Xiao Liqing handed over the information of the new batch of survivors to Wu Qingyue. The group of people that came this time was actually formed by the alliance of 5 different-sized corpse hunting groups. They had a lot of resources with them, and they had a lot of firepower. There were also spatial adepts following them, so it was likely they had weapons in their pockets. They had to be careful. Wu Qingyue looked through the information without expression, but didn't make a sound. Aside from this group, there are a few more groups planning to join us. Xiao Liqing continued. Although most of the people had gone to Sea City, there were still some small teams that had to go around those people in order to avoid the invasion of the large teams, and chose to go to the Universal Base. This group is made up of adepts and not many. Only 20 or so. This one is a mix of ordinary people and ability users, but since they managed to bring so many ordinary people to this place alive, it's obvious that this team is quite strong. Xiao Liqing handed over 2 more sets of information. Along the way, they had to pass through zombies, mutated beasts, and food. It was already good enough for a normal person to survive such a long journey. Does Yuan Tianqing know about these people? Wu Qingyue asked as he read the information. I know. Xiao Liqing nodded. Keep an eye on them.
Yes.
On the other hand, the newly joined Zhuo and the others were arranged to stay in a small area. What's wrong? Haven't we seen any traces of the female leader? So mysterious? Lu Wan, the leader of the heavily wounded corpse hunter group, rubbed his chin and muttered. The others nodded thoughtfully, feeling the same way. The second base over there is very tightly guarded. No one is allowed to get close at all. Also, I heard that the wall over there has just been built not long ago. I estimate that it will take at least a few months to complete, Zhuo said. I heard that Lin Hao from the medical department has been very close to the female leader here recently, and their relationship seems to be very close. Could it be that he kicked Wu Qingyue out of his position and took over himself? Another person shared the other information he had inquired. It can't be considered as kicking. Wu Qingyue isn't in that position anyway. It can only be considered as taking the lead. If that's the case, then it's not going to be easy to deal with. Is what you've heard true? How is their relationship? Lu Wan asked him. I heard that the female leader often invites Lin Hao to her residence over at the second base at night, so I think that their relationship has already progressed to bed, the person said with a frown. It was said that the female leader was also a proud woman. When she was at the Huaxia base, she was touched by a Huaxia director, and the other person's hand that touched her was crippled on the spot. Then, in less than an hour, the director mysteriously died. Thinking about it, it should be her doing. The female leader was a level 7 poison type, and the director was also a level 7 metahuman, but the other person still died in the hands of the female leader. It seemed that the female leader's methods were not simple. So since she was willing to let Lin Hao go to her private territory, she should care a lot about their relationship. If that was the case, then the possibility of Zhuo getting between the two of them to make the female leader fall in love with him was very low. When the others heard what he said, they also became silent. Not necessarily. I heard that the relationship between the two of them only started to become intimate recently. Their relationship should not be stable. Maybe it's not what you think. Maybe the female leader only likes the feeling of flesh, but not to the extent of love. Go and find out more about the situation. No matter what, we have to take her down, Lu Wan said after thinking for a while. Everyone's eyes lit up, thinking that it was possible. If it was really as Lu Wan said, then their chances were still very high. Looks like we have to start with the people around the leader. This Duan Wan and Xin Yushan are both with her, so they should know a lot. And this Lu Juanhe from the Ministry of Agriculture, I heard that the woman called Lu Jun from the Ministry of Agriculture has a good relationship with her. And this Lin Wenwen seems to have a good relationship with the female leader, and Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao are siblings. She should know something. Another person listed out the names of Duan Wan and the others. Thinking that women were easier to get, this person listed out the names of the women who had the most contact with the female leader. We can't make a move now. How about this? Let's see if there are any suitable candidates among the original survivors of this base. Let's pick a few and train them to get close to these women. Lu Wan nodded and said. They had just joined the space. If their actions were too obvious, they would definitely attract the attention of Yuan Tianqing and the others. After all, Yuan Tianqing was able to become the deputy leader of Pluto King of Hell's base, so he wasn't a simple-minded person. The so-called suitable ones were those who were handsome, capable, and talented in dealing with women. After all, their targets were all women. These women are not bad. It's really a good thing for the others. Zhuo looked at Lin Wenwen's photo, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a hint of lust flashed across his eyes. The few people talked left and right, and a conspiracy was gradually forming, ready to trap the most outstanding women in the space. As for whether they could successfully trap them, it was still unknown. As the people involved, Duan Wan and the others still didn't know about this. They were still busy with the affairs of the base. Chapter 872. Zhuo and Lu Wan thought that no one knew about their plan. What they didn't know was that someone had been hiding in the meeting room and listening to them. So, their ultimate goal is to make our leader fall in love with that Zhuo guy? Then Zhuo will slowly figure out our leader's background so that he can take over our base? Chiu Lily widened her red eyes and looked at Elmar curiously. Elmar nodded with a gloomy expression. She didn't expect these people to be so daring and greedy. They actually wanted to take over their new base. Do they know about the situation at the plantation? Chiu Lily asked again. Right now, their base's secret was not only the zombie base, but also the plantation base. They had to keep it a secret as much as possible. Elmar shook her head and said, their attention is currently focused on the second base and how to seduce the leader. They don't seem to have the chance to pay attention to the plantation. In other words, they had only been here for a short period of time and didn't have the time to pay attention to the plantation. Moreover, Wushan Plantation was quite a distance away from here. Now, Chiu Lily and Elmar had gathered all the zombies outside the base and surrounded the entire cultivation base, not allowing anyone to approach. They are now secretly gathering information everywhere. One look, and you can tell that they are not a group of good people. Elmar continued. I don't know what happened to Xiao these few days. She has been staying in the space. Chiu Lily frowned worriedly. Elmar sat at the desk, writing on a piece of paper with a pen in her hand. I'll write this down first and send it to Brother Tianqing and the others secretly. I want to see what they plan to do.
Oh,
Chiu Lily replied. Elmar wrote down Zhua Chen's plan into several copies. Then, she stealthily sent the copies to Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the other people involved. These people are looking for death. Lin Wenwen held the paper and stared at it. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What a big appetite. Aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? Wang Qingying said expressionlessly. On the other side, Lu Jun sneered when he saw this. TSK, I'm so busy. How can I be in the mood to play with them? Duanwan looked at the contents of the paper and sneered. What a bunch of idiots. Do they think they're easy to bully? On the other side, Lin Feng silently sent a message to Chen Yuding. Old Chen, someone is trying to poach your woman.
Do as you see fit.
Chen Yuding, who had only dared to touch Shen Yuzhen's little hand and had never been able to hug his lover, was so thirsty that he wanted to eat her.
Hee.
Yuan Tianqing's handsome face carried a faint smile as he said, We've been pretty busy lately. Why don't we watch their show and relax? Lin Feng glanced at him. You want to play with them? Yuan Tianqing gave him a strange look. Isn't the one playing with them your sister? Lin Feng. Why did he ask such a stupid question just now? Zhua Chen and the others, who did not know that their scheme had been exposed, immediately began to look for candidates. They spent a few days looking through the first batch of people who joined the Universal Survival Base and the second batch of people. Duan Wan is a strict woman. She was in the Special Forces before. I've never seen her like any man in the Netherworld King's base, so I don't know what type she likes. Lin Wenwen seems to have heard that she likes people like Yuan Tianqing. I think this one is suitable for her. The few of them began to discuss suitable candidates. The men they chose were all somewhat capable, good-looking, and charming. Then, they distributed the candidates according to the type that Duan Wan and the others liked. After Lin Kuei saw Yuan Tianqing appear, he separated from Hu Daba and the others and brought Lin Jing into the first base to take her to the check-in area. Chapter 873. A few days later, she saw the man in front of her. Lu Jun resisted the urge to roll her eyes, but put on a fake smile and said, Excuse me, what can I do for you? She had seen the man in front of her before. His name was Hua Antong, and he was the 6th squad leader of the 3rd Brigade of the base's security guards. He was a level 4 ability user. He was tall and strong, and although his facial features weren't very handsome, he could be considered a little handsome. Moreover, his temperament wasn't bad, and his smile was very alluring. Hua Antong smiled and said, Chief Lu, there's something I need your help with. Is it convenient for you to have a cup of tea together? Lu Jun directly smiled and refused. It's not convenient. I'm very busy. If you have something to say, say it now. Hua Antong didn't expect Lu Jun to reject him so directly, and his expression froze for a moment. But he quickly reacted and still smiled. It's okay. I'll wait for you when you have time. After saying that, he left just like that. Lu Jun meaningfully looked at his back and also turned to leave. On the other side, Duanwan acted as if she didn't know anything about the people who were secretly observing her. There are a lot of zombies at the foot of the mountain. In order to avoid being discovered by the people of Universal Base, we didn't dare to move. So we didn't go in to check. But we all turned around and didn't see the planting field. From what I heard, that piece of land is in Wu Mountain. Someone wanted to check the situation at the planting base, but found that it was surrounded by a dense group of zombies, and there was no way to go. Not only ordinary zombies, but there were also level 3 and level 4 zombies guarding the high ground. They didn't even have a chance to climb up a tree and use binoculars to check. The people in the base were still busy with their own things, and Lin Feng took Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and Li Jing out to collect supplies. The area near the base was basically swept clean by them, and now every time they left the base, they had to go further to collect supplies. Yuan Tianxing continued to build the wall of the second base, while secretly watching the new batch of survivors. As for the zombies from Qingshan Base, they would drink a cup of the unknown liquid sent over by Universal Base every day. The transparent liquid was clean and tasteless, but it had a fragrance that attracted zombies. Elmar told him that they had to drink it for at least 3 months and drink it every 3 days. Only then would their faces recover a little. Hu Daba wasn't in a hurry, and he calmly brought his zombies to live in the unfinished second base. Wu Qingyue was still staying in the Universal Base, but he would run over to their leader's private residence every now and then. Lu Jun brought the data report of the cultivation base into Lin Xiao's office. He placed it on the desk and walked out. As a result, he met Xie Dong face to face, and the two zombies almost bumped into each other for the 3rd time. However, both of them reacted quickly and stopped at the same time when they were about to collide. Then, they looked at each other in silence for 2 seconds before nodding at the same time as a greeting. After nodding their heads, they prepared to pass each other, one on the left, one on the right. When Lu Jun moved to the left, Xie Dong moved to the right at the same time. After coming to their senses, the two of them moved to the other side at the same time. After going back and forth 3 times, the two of them. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Qiu Lily, who was passing by, looked at the two curiously. Lu Jun smiled helplessly. "Nothing." As she spoke, she took a step back and made way for Xie Dong. Xie Dong's expressionless face flashed a trace of embarrassment. He didn't say anything and walked in with his long legs. This was already the 3rd time, right? Every time it was at this door, Qiu Lily looked left and right. She felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit different. "Oh, right. Did that person attack you?" After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what was going on between the two of them, so Qiu Lily put this matter aside and asked Lu Jun. She was asking Hua Antong. A strange light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes and he nodded. He said a few words. "It seems that they are preparing for a long battle." The person from Sister Wenwen's side also sneaked into their fundraising team. "It seems that they are preparing to attack during this mission," Qiu Lily said as she twirled her long hair. "It must be. I guess that person will definitely choose to stand up when Wenwen is in danger. Do you believe it?" Lu Jun smiled at her. Qiu Lily nodded. "I believe it." Even if Lin Wenwen wasn't in danger, she had to pretend to be in danger. If the other party wanted to take the bait, she had to throw some bait. After saying that, Qiu Lily turned her head and looked at Lin Xiao's office. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Their leader had disappeared for more than half a month. It was too long. It made people feel uneasy. Lu Jun saw her eyes and knew what she was worried about. He sighed in his heart. It was useless to worry. They couldn't help. The expression on Wu Qingyue's face became colder and colder. The longer the female zombie went in, the lower the pressure around him became. But even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. But it was this feeling of waiting that made people more and more uneasy. The dark side of their hearts was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, in an industrial area more than 10 kilometers away from the base, a group of psychics were running away in panic. They weren't being chased by zombies, but a few powerful mutant beasts. "Xiao Jiang, be careful." a woman cried out in alarm. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was out of stamina and accidentally tripped and almost fell to the ground. She almost fell to the ground. At this moment, a huge mutated dog bared its teeth, opened its mouth wide, and jumped more than 10 meters into the air before pouncing towards the girl. The girl tripped and almost fell. At this time, even if her brain reacted, she couldn't control her body freely. She wanted to turn over and avoid the huge dog falling from the sky, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Jiangxi opened her eyes wide and looked at the dog pouncing towards her with its mouth wide open in despair. Bang! Boom! Just as Jiangxi was about to use her special ability to avoid this crisis, a huge concentrated fireball suddenly smashed into the giant dog's body. A figure quickly flashed to Jiangxi's side, hugged her, and rolled to the side. Roar would dash, the huge dog was hit by the fireball and fell to the side. But it was safe and sound and shook its fur, then roared at the human who threw the fireball at it.
Quick! Go!
Chapter 874. At this time, a gust of wind blew from the side, blowing the huge dog that was about to pounce on them to the side. You two, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go. A man on the other side shouted at the two sisters. Qinyu immediately pulled Jiangxi and ran forward. At the same time, she threw a fireball at the huge dog. At this time, a white shadow suddenly flashed from the side. With a flash of sharp light, it pounced towards the two. Meow! This white shadow that was even bigger than a normal large dog let out a strange, piercing cat cry. It was fast and swift, waving its sharp claws and pouncing towards the two. Bang! Qinyu quickly raised her hands to block. A wall of fire bounced the white shadow back. After using the wall of fire to block the mutated cat, Qinyu immediately turned around and pulled Jiangxi to continue running. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of gunshots came from behind, but they didn't know if they hit. Hurry, the uptown area is not far ahead. Hold on a bit more. Qinyu pulled Jiangxi to continue running, but Jiangxi's footsteps were weak and her breathing was messy. Her round little face was already somewhat pale, and her other hand tightly pressed against her chest as she ran after Qinyu. It seemed that as long as the hand on her chest loosened, her heart would explode. Meow! After the mutated cat was bounced back by the wall of fire, it immediately rushed forward again. Its originally sky-blue gem-like eyes were now filled with red light. Two sharp teeth came out of its short mouth, and it fiercely chased after Qinyu and Jiangxi, attacking crazily. Qinyu was a tall beauty in her 20s, with a height of at least 1.7 meters. Her slightly curly hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, swinging back and forth as she ran. Her legs were slender and powerful, and a tight belt wrapped around her slender waist. A beautiful but fierce face, with a dignified expression, swept over the huge cat chasing behind them. Looking at Jiangxi's pale face, Qinyu suddenly stopped, and then bent over sideways. She picked up Jiangxi, who was only 1.5 meters tall by the waist. Sister, you.
Put me down, don't worry about me.
Jiangxi was shocked when she was picked up, but she quickly resisted in a panic. Little Jiang, don't move. Qinyu carried Jiangxi without much effort and ran agilely with her long legs. It did not slow down at all. Don't worry, we'll get there safely. As she ran, she comforted Jiangxi. Because she was carrying the girl, Qinyu was unable to use her ability. She could only dodge left and right to avoid the fierce white cat's attacks. Bang! Kacha! The big white cat scratched the broken wall beside it with its paw, and the wall immediately broke into small pieces. Just as the big white cat was about to continue chasing after the two, its face suddenly changed. Its ruthless eyes moved away from the two and looked in another direction in confusion. Then it sniffed with its nose, and something seemed to attract it. Then, the big white cat suddenly let out a long howl. It turned around and left Qinyu and Li Rulan behind as it dashed in another direction. After it made that sound, the other cats around it immediately followed it and rushed over there. Only a few level 5 and 6 mutated dogs were still in place attacking the others. Qin Yu and Jiang Si discovered that the crisis behind them had suddenly been resolved and immediately found a place to stop and rest. How are you? Little Jiang, are you okay? Qin Yu knew that Jiang Si's body was not good. Now that she was running for her life, it caused a lot of damage to her body. Jiang Si's ability was very special. She could not absorb any external energy. So, every time she used her ability, it consumed her own energy, which was her vitality. So it caused her body to become weaker and weaker at a young age. Jiang Si took a few breaths and waited for a while before the pain in her heart subsided. She nodded with a pale face. I'm okay. Strange. Why did they suddenly run away? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes had a trace of heroic spirit, and she looked in the direction of the mutated cats with doubt. Jiang Si patted her. Sister Yu, let's go quickly. There are still a few mutated dogs. However, their crisis was not completely resolved. Qin Yu immediately pulled her up, and this time Jiang Si wouldn't let her carry her no matter what. Although she was small and skinny, she was still less than 70 kilograms. But letting Qin Yu carry her would still cause her to be obstructed. On the roof of a building in the distance, a zombie silently stared at the movements of these people and then quietly disappeared. Inside the base, if you have something to say, just say it, Captain Huar. Lu Jun looked at the man who once again blocked in front of her and very patiently said to him, it's like this. Recently, there may be some bad elements eyeing our cultivation base here. In order to keep the base secret, I hope you can cooperate. What Antong said to her with a smile. His smile was very sincere, and it was easy for people to believe his words.
Thank you.
If it's about this matter, this is what I should do, not help. Lu Jun nodded. She looked at him with some surprise. She didn't think that in order to get close to her, he would even betray those people. She felt that those people might die of anger if they knew about this. Lu Jun inexplicably wanted to laugh. Then can we talk for a while? Actually, this is not within the scope of my responsibility. I've already overstepped it. It's not suitable for the captain or other colleagues to know. What Antong said with some distress. Lu Jun looked at him for a while with a somewhat blank expression, as if she didn't quite understand his intentions. Finally, she hesitantly nodded, okay then. She walked to a place where there was no one and asked curiously, although I don't know why you suddenly told me this, I still thank you in advance. Do you know who it is that wants to find out about the cultivation base? Hua Antong followed behind her, his eyes secretly flashed with a hint of joy. Lu Jun's attitude was now a little more relaxed, which meant that he could take a step forward. He said with a smile, my job is to protect the safety of the base. I only heard about this information, but I haven't confirmed who it is, so I want to ask you to cooperate with me to find out who it is. Oh, is that so? Then what do I need to do? Lu Jun nodded, not fully understanding. What Antong said with a smile, no, you don't need to do anything right now. At least wait until I say you can do it, then I'll teach you how to do it. Okay? He smiled very kindly, as if he really wanted to help Lu Jun. Lu Jun thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay then. Then, that's it for now. By the way, it's best not to let others know that I came looking for you. We don't want to alarm those people, and let them be on guard. What Antong thought for a moment, and reminded her. Okay, I understand. Lu Jun nodded again. Hua Antong smiled and left. Lin Xiao looked up and then found out awkwardly. She didn't have any special abilities now. How could she go to the shore? The zombies in the small building were staring at her. Looking at the clothes that had been neatly folded on the chair, she was speechless for a few seconds. Turn your face away. Lin Xiao was now more than 200 meters away from those people. Of course, she wouldn't yell at them to turn their faces away. She could only silently say one sentence in her heart. Then, this sentence appeared in the minds of Lu Tianyi and the others. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao in the distance in a daze, and subconsciously turned his face away, like the other zombies. After he finished this action, he realized what was wrong. That's right, the voice just now was ringing in his mind. It wasn't heard by his ears. Telepathy? What skill was this? Seeing that all the zombies in the field had turned their bodies in unison, leaving only rows of their backs for her to see. Lin Xiao was stunned, a little confused. But even though she was confused, she still quickly came out of the water, grabbed her clothes naked, and then disappeared by the lake. When she reappeared in the next second, she was already in the forest next to her. After putting on the clothes, Lin Xiao found that the clothes seemed to have been washed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as she put on the clothes, there was a whooshing sound coming from the side. Lin Xiao turned her head to look and saw a mushroom as tall as a person running towards her while swinging its umbrella. There was also a tall black dog next to it. Woof! A woof! Awan was very happy to see Lin Xiao. It immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao moved sideways, avoiding its huge body, and let it fall on the ground next to her. Looking at the giant snake chasing behind her, she turned around and walked out of the forest. Don't mess around. Awang obviously heard that when she said these two words, she was a little bit not in the mood. After being stunned for a while, it suddenly obediently followed Lin Xiao's legs and walked out, not caring about the other companions. Lin Xiao really wasn't in the mood to play with them now, because she was trying to feel the energy in her body, but she couldn't feel anything. It was empty. She raised her palm in front of her, but the little black flame couldn't be released, and the black smoke couldn't be released either. What was going on? After walking out of the forest, Lin Xiao looked at the grassland that had changed a lot. The grass that was originally a meter tall was gone, and it was all dug up. Now there were paddy and wheat. There were also other beans and vegetables that were neatly taken care of and full of vitality. Seeing Lin Xiao walking over with a big dog, Lu Tianyi and the other zombies stopped what they were doing. The mushroom spirit and the giant snake didn't follow her out. They just stopped at the edge of the forest and watched. Just now, you... Lu Tianyi opened his mouth, and his voice was hoarse, but with a sense of coolness. When he spoke softly, his voice wasn't very unpleasant. Why did you all turn around just now? I don't think I said anything. Lin Xiao also opened her mouth curiously. She just said one sentence in her heart from afar, and these zombies acted as if they heard it. Chapter 876. Lu Tianyi looked at her with a strange expression. Didn't you tell us to turn around? Lin Xiao. She looked at Lu Tianyi, then looked up at Mo Yen, who was standing by the window on the other building. She became silent. Lin Xiao nodded and returned to the living room of the small building. In the past month, because of her, Lu Tianyi and the other zombies could easily get close to the lake to draw water. Now that she came out of the lake, she couldn't. Lin Xiao looked around and found a new pond between the lake and the field. It wasn't big, about 200 square meters. The pond was connected to the other side of the lake, leading the water from the lake into the pond. Oh, I dug it with them these days. Otherwise, except for you, none of us could get close to the lake, and it would be inconvenient to use water. Now that there are more and more crops here, the water consumption is also increasing, so we came up with this idea. Lu Tianyi saw Lin Xiao's gaze on the pond, so he explained. Lin Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. She turned around and flashed out of the space. If she could close her eyes to look outside before leaving the space, she would find that she couldn't see anything. He would only see a white fog, and he would no longer be able to see what was outside like before. So when Lin Xiao came out and saw the ruins in front of her, she was stunned. Her first thought was, shit. Did her base get blown up again? How long did she stay at the bottom of the lake? She turned around in disbelief and found that she was on an abandoned street. Dust and sand covered the collapsed houses and the environment. It was desolate and uninhabited. There were also many tall and strange trees growing. If this was in the base, these seemingly dangerous mutated trees would have been cut down a long time ago. Where is this? Lin Xiao realized that at least she wasn't in her base. She felt relieved, but at the same time, she was confused again. What the hell? Why did she come to this strange place? Wasn't she supposed to appear directly in his room? Where was this? Could it be that the way she appeared was wrong? Lin Xiao was confused, but she didn't think and flashed into the space. Yes, the ability to enter and exit the space was still usable, but how could the location of the appearance deviate from the original location? After entering the space, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and looked outside. In the end, all he saw was a thick white fog. After coming out of the space once again, Lin Xiao looked at the surroundings that had become different from before. His expression was a little stunned. So, the place where she came out of the space had become random? I can't locate him? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao once again entered the space. When she came out for the third time and saw the unfamiliar environment, she confirmed this thought. Lin Xiao began to search for information about his surroundings. At the very least, he had to figure out where he was. Old and faded shop signs, or road signs that had fallen to the side of the road and were covered by sand. An hour later, she knew roughly where she was. At least it wasn't far from uptown, but it was still more than 10 kilometers away. As for why she suddenly appeared more than 10 kilometers away, this might be related to the current condition of her body. What the hell? Forget about his ability malfunctioning. Even his space malfunctioned. Should she be glad that she could still enter and exit the space freely? She raised her hand and found that she still couldn't use her ability. She had now become a zombie that couldn't use her ability, just like Mo Yan's situation. But other than her ability, her body's skills were still there. At least jumping to the top of a 7-story building wasn't a problem. Lin Xiao jumped up from one building after another and finally stopped on the roof of a building that was more than 20 stories high. He sensed the surrounding air for a while. She smelled the scent of the base, the scent of the people in the base coming from afar. But other than the scent of the base, Lin Xiao turned her head and looked in another direction. She flashed into a room on the side. She couldn't be invisible now. She could only look for cover. Soon, there was a movement in the direction she was looking at. Roar dash, a beast-like roar came. Boom, boom dash, the energy attack of the paranormals caused a huge sound. A group of paranormals was being chased by a few level 5 or 6 mutated dogs. These people's breath was messy, and their energy was not enough. But the breath of the mutated beasts was very manic, chasing these paranormals without letting go. Lin Xiao silently observed the situation of these paranormals. There weren't many of them. More than a dozen people. Their bodies were full of the smell of blood. More than a dozen men protecting 2 women in the middle. One of the girls was motionless, being carried by a strong man. It seemed that she was unconscious. Quickly hide in that building. A man pointed at the building where Lin Xiao was and shouted. Everyone quickly rushed towards that building. When they rushed downstairs, Lin Xiao silently withdrew her gaze. The mutated dogs chased over, but stopped at a place more than 10 meters away from the building, revealing a vigilant look. They stopped. Rushing into the door of the building, everyone just found a cover to hide their bodies, ready to find the stairs to go to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, someone found that the mutated dogs that should have rushed in behind them didn't follow them in. Turning around, they were surprised to find that they all stopped outside. The mutated beasts outside the building stopped outside, but some of them unwillingly took a few steps forward. Their manic eyes blankly looked at those people. They wanted to go in, but an inexplicable feeling of fear controlled their bodies. They didn't dare to take another step forward. Danger. The mutated dogs all had such a warning in their hearts. Finally, a less courageous mutated dog seemed to be unable to resist the aura that made them afraid, silently retreated a few steps, turned around and ran away. As soon as it retreated, it immediately affected the emotions of other companions. In fact, these mutated dogs had already gone crazy, but in a situation where their minds were not clear, they were still dominated by instinctive fear. This showed that their premonition of danger was still very strong. After a while, the mutated dogs restlessly stepped a few steps in place, then all turned around and left. Why did they leave? Seeing the departure of the mutated dogs, the people hiding on the 1st floor were somewhat at a loss. These mutated dogs had chased them for 20 or 30 kilometers and suddenly left without any reason, making these paranormals even more vigilant. These mutated dogs had already gone crazy. The only thing that could make them retreat was instinctive fear or oppression. Even these level 5 and 6 mutated beasts were scared, so it could only be said that there might be something more terrible than these mutated dogs in this building. Chapter 877. Hurry up, let's get out of here. Let's go. After seeing the mutant dogs leave, the paranormals thought that there might be something more terrible here, so they couldn't stay any longer. Lin Xiao stood in the house on the roof and watched the mutant dogs run away in fear after sensing her breath. She also watched the paranormals run out in fear, quickly heading in the direction of the base. She had restrained her breath, so the mutant dogs must have smelled her. Her breath also contained an element of danger, so they didn't dare to come close. Lin Xiao didn't jump down from the roof until those people were a distance away. After thinking about it, she entered the space again and took Awang, Dahe, and the mushroom spirit out for a walk. When she came out with the 3 mutant dogs, they were no longer in the original building. She took out an off-road vehicle and got into the driver's seat. Although she couldn't use her superpower and she couldn't locate the entrance and exit of the space. But she had no problem taking out and putting things in and out of the space. She didn't have any superpower now, so her attack power was reduced by at least 60%. With the physical attack power of her current body, although it wasn't very dangerous, it wasn't suitable for her to stay with strangers outside. So when she smelled someone from afar, she would take a detour and leave. Fortunately, every time she came out of the space, she was not far away from the place she came out last time, at most within 20 kilometers. This time, after coming out with the 3 mutant dogs, she had run from the Gongju district to the Westlake district. Looking at the dense woods around her, she didn't drive far before she put the off-road vehicle away. She had no choice, because the road was impassable. The original road was covered with all kinds of grass and vines, and there were also branches sticking out from the side. Otherwise, there were big holes or cracks blasted by the mutant beasts fighting with each other, so it was impossible to drive. Lin Xiao could only walk with her legs. Woof woof woof. Maybe because he hadn't come out to play for a long time, Awang ran around excitedly as soon as he came out. He ran from the left to the right, and then from the back to the front. He was having a lot of fun. Even Dahe, who was lazy, raised his head excitedly and ran around in the grass in the woods. As for the ADHD mushroom spirit, she was even more excited. Just like Awang, they couldn't stop at all. Woof, 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 woof. Not long after, Awang ran to Lin Xiao with a black mouse that was half his size. Looking at the big rat, Lin Xiao was speechless. Was this guy trying to tell her that they hadn't eaten meat for a long time? Lin Xiao licked his lips as he smelled the scent of food coming from the rat. A sense of hunger arose. Indeed, she had not eaten for a long time. All right, this one is enough for me. If you want to eat it, go get it yourself. Lin Xiao asked Awang to put down the struggling level 3 mutant rat so that they could catch their own prey. Actually, when Awang brought the mouse in front of Lin Xiao, the other two had already rushed to the other side to catch the mouse. That's right, when Lin Xiao came out of the space this time, he directly ran to the zoo. However, it didn't land in the group of rats. Instead, it landed not far away from the group of rats. Lin Xiao looked at the big rat that Awang had thrown onto the ground. The rat wanted to run away as soon as it landed on the ground. Lin Xiao stretched out a finger and flicked it with its sharp nails. Puff! The level 3 mutant rat's head immediately fell off. The headless body moved its limbs for a while before it stopped moving. Lin Xiao walked over and looked at the big rat. The level 3 rat was already as big as a medium-sized dog. The black fur on its body was shiny, smooth, and clean. There was a faint energy in its fur. It was also because of the energy that the rat didn't grow any parasites on its body. After digging out the energy core of the rat and holding it in her hand for less than 2 seconds, the energy core turned into powder and scattered from her hand. She dragged the headless corpse of the rat and found a clean spot to start skinning it. While skinning, she used her nails to cut off the meat piece by piece and threw it into her mouth to eat. It was tender and delicious. The raw meat was also a bit soft and chewy. As a zombie, Lin Xiao either didn't eat at all or ate a lot when she did. Moreover, she didn't know if it was because of Little Man, but she couldn't stop eating. Although the level 3 mutant beast didn't have a lot of energy in its body, the energy made the meat very delicious. While Lin Xiao was quietly eating the raw rat meat, the other 3 had begun to wreak havoc at the edge of the rat herd. After the second virus outbreak, the huge rat herd that covered thousands of acres was bitten to death by the crazy mutant rats. After so many days, the rat herd was not as dense as before, and the area it covered was no longer just thousands of acres. Now from the zoo, the huge rat herd occupied at least 5 or 6 square kilometers. However, Lin Xiao still didn't know about this because she had been unconscious for almost a month. She didn't know how fast the rat herd was spreading. But according to her current position, she had already reached the edge of the rat herd, which was a few kilometers away from the zoo. Dahe silently shuttled through the dark forest, its pair of cold eyes tightly staring at the level 4 mutated rat in a group of small rats in the distance. The level 4 mutant rat was bigger than a large dog, and it seemed to weigh more than 100 kilograms. The fur on its body was smooth, black and shiny. It didn't notice that it had been targeted by its natural enemy, the snake. At this time, it was pouncing on a mutant deer and gnawing on its meat. The surrounding low-level rats were a few meters away from it, not daring to get too close. Just then, the level 4 mutant rat suddenly raised its head and looked around vigilantly. After finding nothing unusual, it lowered its head and grabbed a bloody bone with its 2 front claws, putting it into its mouth and gnawing on it. Kacha, kacha. Just as it lowered its head and gnawed with relish, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, and a dangerous aura suddenly locked it. The level 4 mutant rat's whole body stiffened. It was scared by this aura and couldn't move. In its heart, it desperately shouted to run, but its limbs were stiff and couldn't move. When it looked up, it saw a huge snake head open its mouth, showing 2 poisonous fangs and biting it fiercely. So the level 4 mutant rat flew into the sky. Well, its soul flew into the sky. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sudden appearance of the giant snake immediately scared the surrounding rats, and they instantly jumped up and ran around for their lives. Dahe bit the still struggling rat and impolitely injected the venom in its fangs into it. After a while, the giant rat softly drooped down and stopped moving. Dahe happily dragged the rat away, climbed up a tree, and found a comfortable position to slowly enjoy it. Chapter 878. On the other side, the mushroom spirit also stretched out its mutated tentacles and happily sucked the blood of a level 3 mutated rat. After Lin Xiao finished eating the whole mutated rat, she left behind a pile of internal organs and fur. She turned around and jumped up a tall tree. After she emerged from the canopy, she looked in the direction of the swarm of rats. Squinting her eyes slightly, she could see that there were some rats with relatively high energy levels among the group of rats. It seemed like they were of a higher level. The other side of the originally dense forest had been gnawed clean and was full of sawdust. The ground was full of countless black-haired rats. Lin Xiao saw that half of the forest was filled with tall green trees, while the other half was a desolate flat land. Countless black rats were surging on the flat land. Coming down from the tree, Lin Xiao began to walk around the edge of the swarm of rats. Since she was already here, she decided to check out the situation of these rats. After Awang, Dahe, and the mushroom spirit had a full meal, they followed Lin Xiao and walked around the swarm of rats. Of course, these rats were so large that they were not only destructive. They had also attracted many of their natural enemies. Birds, snakes, cats, and dogs were all good at catching rats. Therefore, Lin Xiao saw some hunting scenes from time to time. There were many mutated cats and mutated dogs. There were also many mutated eagles and other raptors flying in the sky. From time to time, they would land with a big rat in their claws and fly up again. Not far ahead of Lin Xiao, a group of people was being chased by a swarm of rats. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen SUVs were protecting the trucks in the middle. They were holding all kinds of guns and shooting at the large group of black-haired rats that were chasing after them. There were paranormals and ordinary people among these people. The people in the modified trucks were all ordinary people. There were paranormals and ordinary people in the dozens of SUVs. However, they were all ordinary people with relatively high combat power. They had to kill zombies in front and mice at the back. If they were not careful, they would be scratched or bitten by zombies. Lin Xiao smelled them from afar. From the direction they were coming from, she could roughly guess that they were from Hidden Cloud City or Ground Dragon Base. I told you not to go this way. You didn't believe me. Look, not only are these rats chasing after us, they will also attract other mutated beasts. In one of the off-road vehicles, a man gloomily stared at the others and said. The others didn't have time to care about him. They were all attacking the rats from both sides of the window or the roof of the car. The rats at the back were all as big as cats, and there were even bigger rats. Moreover, their movements were very agile and fast. His jumping ability was also very strong, and he could jump a few meters with a single leap. Suddenly, a giant rat the size of a domesticated pig, weighing at least 300 catties, rushed out from the side of the convoy. With a single leap, he accurately pounced onto the outermost car. Bang! Squeak! The greater rat's black fur shone as it swung its thick tail and landed on the roof of the car. Half of the car was crushed by the impact. A person who was standing on the roof of the car and trying to attack was bitten on the head by the giant rat and dragged out of the car. Bang, bang. The car was crushed until half of it collapsed. The steering wheel in the driver's hand slipped and slammed into a cement pillar on the side. The whole car flipped over. Squeak. The giant rat nimbly jumped off the car when the car flipped over. Cough, cough, cough. The people in the car were not dead yet, but they had lost the ability to move. At this moment, the giant rat raised its claws and waved. Poof! The car door was slashed open. Then, the giant rat opened its mouth and bit, pulling the steel door outward. Immediately, a hole was opened. However, for the few people in the car, who were not dead yet, they died even faster. The giant rat stuck its sharp mouth and nose in, and immediately bit one of the people and dragged him out. The person was dragged out with blood all over his body. His internal organs and bones were severely damaged. He could only let out a shrill scream. At this time, the other rats immediately surrounded them and went in through the window or the hole. They directly opened their mouth and bit. When this car flipped, the people in the other cars did not turn around to help. Now, they basically only cared about themselves. As long as they were alive, it was fine. In addition to the ordinary people in the car, there were also some armed men standing on the roof of the car, shooting at the rats and zombies that approached the car. Motherfucker. Go to hell. At this time, a man in an off-road vehicle shouted and threw a grenade in his hand towards the giant rat that was as big as a pig. Boom. Squeak. The giant rat could not dodge in time and was blown to the side. However, as soon as it fell, it immediately rolled from the ground and fiercely rushed towards the car that threw the grenade. The grenade is useless against it. It's coming. As soon as the man saw the giant rat that was still able to get up after being blown away, he saw that it was heading towards them. After seeing it coming towards them, he panicked and screamed. At this time, the zombies in front of them suddenly disappeared. The group of rats behind them suddenly stopped, stood up, and sniffed something with their noses. Bang, bang, bang. These people were still shooting because the rats suddenly stopped. Many of them were shot dead by them. Squeak. At this time, the biggest rat suddenly screamed, turned around, and ran away. After the other rats heard it, they immediately turned around and ran back. They retreated. What happened? They didn't chase? The expressions of the people in the car became blank. After a while, they all became surprised. They all let out a big sigh of relief. That's great. They didn't chase. Motherfucker, I thought I was going to die. Fuck. These mutated rats grew so big. It's too scary. Less than 300 meters away from their car, Lin Xiao stood there expressionlessly on a tree. Although she had retracted her aura, there was no way to conceal her scent. So when she got closer, these rats all smelled her scent and were scared away. And the surrounding zombies, even if they did not smell her scent, they could still feel the pressure of her kind. Of course, these were all things that humans could not feel. Lin Xiao did not intend to meet these people, so she turned around and left in the other direction. But after she left, she did not notice that in this car, there was a person who was blankly looking in her direction. It seemed that he felt something, but he was not very sure. However, he looked at the group of rats that suddenly retreated, and then looked at the place where Lin Xiao was just hiding. He could not help but say, I think there may be something more dangerous nearby. What did you find? As soon as he spoke, the others immediately looked at him nervously. I don't feel anything now. The man shook his head, but his expression did not relax. Chapter 879. Sun Lunan looked in that direction thoughtfully and hesitantly guessed in his heart. What's wrong? The people next to him saw him like this and asked him. Looking outside, not only were the rats gone, but the zombies were also gone. For a moment, it suddenly quieted down, which made everyone feel somewhat at a loss and uncomfortable. Sun Lunan suddenly pointed in the direction where Lin Xiao had gone and said, Let's go that way. The people next to him looked at him in confusion. Why? Sun Lunan's eyes flashed. I just felt something over there. Because of this thing, the mutated rats and zombies that were chasing us suddenly retreated. But that thing gave me a feeling that there was no danger. So, I think we will be safer if we follow its direction. Hearing this, the eyes of the others immediately lit up. Really? Are you sure? What is that thing?
Can you feel it?
Sun Lunan stuck his head out of the car and sniffed, then pulled back and shook his head. I don't know what it is. Let's not get too close. Just go in this direction. His ability was of the zoology family, and he was a canine. A dog's nose and intuition were very strong, and they were very sensitive to danger. So they treated him as a guide. At least when he pointed in a special direction, their intuition would be safer. Sun Lunan's car was in the first place, so wherever they went, the cars behind followed. Lin Xiao walked with the three of them and suddenly felt that the cars kept a fixed distance from her.
She was a little surprised.
Could these people feel her presence? Hiss, it seemed to feel that it was being followed, and Dahe was obviously a little unhappy. But with a bulging stomach, it was too lazy to move. It just stuck out its tongue from time to time, and its eyes looked very impatient. Don't move. Hide, and see what they're doing. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, and she said to the three of them. Dahe liked to hide, so it disappeared as soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking. The mushroom spirit directly dug its legs into the ground, and after a few burrows, it stayed in the same place. It was like a big mushroom that had originally grown here. The place where she was at was originally a forest park, and now the mutated trees had grown taller than before, but many of them had withered. The road in the park was not easy to walk on. The motorcade turned along the edge of the park. Even if they slowly pulled away from Lin Xiao, they still maintained the same direction. After Lin Xiao stopped, Sun Lunan suddenly said, Wait a minute. That thing seems to have stopped. We can't keep following it like this. Besides, we still have to go to the new base. This thing can't go. Should we go and see what it is? If possible, how about luring it to the upper city base with us? With its existence, we don't need to be afraid of those zombies and rats. Someone said after thinking for a while. Sun Lunan glanced at him, somewhat tempted. But first, he had to figure out what it was. What if it was something dangerous? But if it wasn't something dangerous, it wouldn't scare away the zombies and mutant rats. Moreover, they had been following the other party for so long, but the other party did not seem to have noticed anything unusual. I'll bring 2 people with me to check out what it is. Maybe it's a very powerful mutated beast, Sun Lunan said after thinking for a while. Since the other party could move it, it was most likely a mutated beast. However, it could also be a mutated plant. It wasn't like there weren't any plants that could run. Just the few of you? That's too dangerous. We're in the forest. The others heard and said disapprovingly. It's okay, I don't feel any danger. If there's any danger, we'll immediately give up and come back. Sun Lunan said firmly. Their current position was tens of kilometers away from the upper city. If they could get their hands on this thing, they would be in danger on the road ahead. Tens of kilometers was not long, but it wasn't short either. However, danger was always present. Along the way, 2/3 of their team had already died. The remaining people were the ones who had sacrificed their lives in exchange for their survival. He had to think of a way to bring these people to the safe base in the upper city. So now he wanted to take the risk to see what that thing was. Maybe this thing was only a threat to the mutated beasts and zombies, but not to humans? Although it was dangerous, it could also be an opportunity for them. After all, these two things sometimes existed at the same time. Moreover, Sun Lunan's intuition was very accurate. Although it wasn't very strong, it was very good at escaping. Then bring Chi-Chi along. She should be of some use. Someone said. Sun Lunan thought about it. Chi-Chi was an ice ability user. Although she hadn't broken through to level 5, she was almost there. She still had some attack power. They stopped the car and prepared their weapons. Chi-Chi, follow Lunan in to take a look. Peng Xian shouted at the other car. However, no one came down from the car he was looking at. Peng Xian could only look at Sun Lunan helplessly. Sun Lunan smiled and shouted at the car. Chi-Chi, come here. Then a young girl came down from the car. She was wearing a light-colored trench coat with a white t-shirt underneath. She was wearing light blue jeans with a white stripe and a pair of black boots that reached her calves. The girl's delicate face was expressionless. Her eyes were cold, and her long black hair flowed smoothly down to her hips. Chi-Chi was only 20 years old this year. She was very young. In the apocalypse, a girl like her would be in a dangerous situation if she was surrounded by a group of men. Fortunately, she was one of the top 5 in the team in terms of strength. Anyone who dared to provoke her would have to be prepared to be frozen into a popsicle. She wasn't tall, but her body was thin, and her legs were long and slender. She walked in front of Sun Lunan with her slender legs, and her cold eyes showed some warmth. Brother Lunan. She wouldn't give face to anyone here, but she would only listen to Sun Lunan. Sun Lunan nodded and glanced at her before saying to the others, everyone knows the dangers of entering the forest, so don't be careless. Just as they were about to enter the forest to look for something, Lin Xiao had already concealed her aura and slowly approached them. When she stopped, she saw that the other party had indeed stopped as well. It seemed that the other party was really watching her. Lin Xiao wanted to see what these people were planning to do by following her. She was also not heading back to the base. Weren't they heading back to the base? After a while, she sensed a few human auras approaching her. These people were quite brave to enter the forest that was filled with mutated plants. And they were obviously coming for her. Weren't they afraid of angering her? Chapter 880. When she was a few hundred meters away from the other party, Lin Xiao stopped and stood on a tree, waiting quietly. How did these people discover her? And how could they keep following her? Soon, she found out that the group of people could accurately avoid the positions of the highly aggressive mutated plants. They turned left and right, making their way towards her position. Although their speed was a little slow, they did not encounter any actual danger. It seemed that among these people, someone had awakened a special skill. Lin Xiao stood on a branch that was tens of meters high, her army green camouflage uniform hidden in the leaves. As long as she did not move, no one would be able to discover her. But soon, she found out that she was wrong. She saw that the group of 5 slowly walked to a position not far from where she was on the tree. One of the men in the group twitched his nose and suddenly raised his head to look at the branch she was on. So when the two of them looked at each other, Lin Xiao stared expressionlessly at the other party's eyes, her mind sweeping away all the thoughts she had just had. Who said that no one could discover her? Where did this person come from? Her breath had been suppressed to the extreme, but her position was still accurately discovered by the other party. At this time, Sun Lunin was also very surprised because he had thought that it could be a mutated animal or a mutated plant or even a high-level zombie. But unexpectedly, he saw a person, a woman. Since she had been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. Lin Xiao directly flipped down from the top of the branch, and then nimbly landed on a branch that was only a few meters higher than Sun Lunin and the others. "Who are you?" After Lin Xiao came down, he looked down at them with an expressionless face and asked calmly. She did not ask why these people were following her, because then she might not be able to find out their intentions. Emochichi took a step forward and guarded in front of Sun Lunin. She slightly raised her head and stared closely at Lin Xiao. And when Lin Xiao saw the two dog ears on Sun Lunin's head suddenly standing up, she could more or less guess what was going on. Alright, there was a humanoid dog with a very good nose here. Did they find her by following her scent? Sun Lunin looked at Lin Xiao and sniffed around to make sure that there was no one else around. Only then did he confirm that this woman had appeared here alone. Since he dared to barge into the forest alone, it was obvious that he was not a simple person. Sun Lunin did not say a word and just stared at Lin Xiao, sizing him up. "Who are you?" Another man behind him stared at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but ask. After seeing Lin Xiao's face, apart from Sun Lunin and Emochichi, the eyes of the other three flashed with amazement and fascination. What a beauty! Lin Xiao glanced at the man without saying a word. The other party's blatant gaze didn't cause her expression to change in the slightest. Sun Lunin looked at Lin Xiao. He could not sense the level of the other party's aura, he could only smell it. The woman's scent was very strange. There was a light and strange fragrance. It was not like the smell of the plants in this forest, nor was it like the sweet fragrance of flowers. He could not see the woman's strength and ability level. However, his intuition told him that it would be very dangerous if he made this woman his enemy. "I'm sorry, we were just passing by. If we disturbed you, I apologize. Let's leave now." Following the intuition in his heart, Sun Lunin immediately responded. When the other three heard him, they immediately looked at Sun Lunin with a strange expression. They opened their mouths but were stopped by Sun Lunin's glare. Lin Xiao looked at them expressionlessly. It seemed that the other party did not intend to tell them why they were following her. Seeing that she was not speaking, Sun Lunin immediately gestured for the others to retreat. He then took a few steps back, and when he saw that Lin Xiao still did not move, he immediately turned and ran out. The other three stared at Lin Xiao's face regretfully for a while before turning and leaving. After leaving a distance, he then asked Sun Lunin, "Why are you retreating? Is that woman dangerous?" Sun Lunin nodded and said, "I couldn't sense the level of the other party's superpower, and although the other party wasn't hostile. Although she is not hostile, she doesn't seem to want us to go near her." The others were not stupid. When they heard Sun Lunin say that he could not sense the level of her ability, it could only mean that she had either not awakened her ability or that her ability level was too high, and she was hiding it. Since she dared to appear alone in this dangerous forest, she must not be a simple person. She's so beautiful. She's also very clean. Another person licked his lips, a look of infatuation and greed flashed in his eyes. Sun Lunin looked at him and said coldly, "I think you better not think of provoking her. My intuition tells me that she's not a good person." "Then we'll go back like this. What about the thing you were looking for? Are we not looking for it anymore?" Another person looked at Sun Lunin hesitantly and asked. "We've found it, but we can't take it away," Sun Lunin said calmly as he looked around for mutated plants and poisonous insects. When he saw Lin Xiao, he already knew that she was the thing he was looking for. But they might not have the ability to take her away, and she would not go with them. "Can't take it away? Then what should we do? There are still tens of kilometers before we reach the upper city. If we go on like this, I'm afraid there won't be many people who can make it to the safe base," another person said unwillingly. "There's no other way." The other party's intention was very clear. Just now, she didn't want to go with us. "So she definitely won't go with us," Sun Lunin said. That was why he made a prompt decision to leave with them immediately. Sun Lunan and the people around him did not know that although their voices were very far away from Lin Xiao, she could still hear their conversation clearly. Lin Xiao thought about the shock and surprise in the eyes of the dog-eared man just now. It seemed that he did not expect to meet her, or rather, he did not expect to meet a human. From their current conversation, she deduced that the other party might have found something beneficial on her, which was why he kept following her. He might even want to get her, so that they could reach the base safely. It seemed that the other party had gotten the answer they wanted just now, but this answer made them feel afraid, which was why they left quickly. If not for that, based on the emotions in the eyes of the few men just now, they would probably do something bad to her. Seeing that the other party was leaving quickly, a giant black snake slowly slid down from the top of the tree. The giant snake bent its body and hung on the branch next to Lin Xiao. Its pair of cold and emotionless eyes silently looked in the direction where Sun Lunan and the others had left. Chapter 881. After Sun Lunan and the others left, Lin Xiao took Dahei, Awang, and the other two to the edge of the rat colony. After waiting for a while, she suddenly felt a familiar zombie's aura approaching. Lin Xiao stopped on a tree and waited on a huge branch. Not long after, she saw a level 4 wind zombie land not far away from her. Leader. This level 4 wind zombie was one of the zombies that Lin Xiao had sent to Xiadong. She looked at it and nodded. Have you been watching over here? Yes. The wind zombie nodded, but he looked like he had been wronged. He was afraid of rats. He was the one who had found the rat colony, but he was sent by his leader to watch over here. Looking at these black-furred mice, the wind zombie's whole body felt uncomfortable. Lin Xiao seemed to know what the wind zombie was thinking. She looked at him strangely. You're a zombie. Why are you afraid of rats? This rat could eat zombies. The wind zombie responded weakly. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly. Was the weakness of this zombie that he was afraid of rats? He had been sent by Xiadong to watch over here for a month. Why was he afraid? Let's talk about the situation of this rat colony. It's good that you're here. Since you are here, I don't have to run anymore. Lin Xiao sat on the branch and touched her stomach. She asked about the size of the swarm and how long it would take to walk around the swarm. She didn't ask about the number since there were so many of them that she couldn't count. Are there any powerful guys? Lin Xiao continued to ask after she had a general understanding of the rat colony. The wind zombie shook his head. Maybe there are, but you don't know. Lin Xiao looked at him silently and didn't say anything. After all, the wind zombie was only level 4, so he could only sense level 5 or 6 mutated beasts. He couldn't sense anything stronger. Lin Xiao took out a level 5 energy core from the space and sat on the tree to absorb the energy. Although she couldn't use her ability, she could still absorb energy. However, she could feel that the energy she absorbed would be directly absorbed by Little Man. Because her head was already empty, Little Man couldn't absorb her energy. Fortunately, she didn't feel anything strange in her stomach. It was just that he was worried at first, afraid that if Little Man didn't have any energy to absorb, it might affect her development. So he took out the energy core to absorb. In the end, she found that the energy she absorbed was all snatched away by Little Man. Lin Xiao did not care about this. Instead, he felt more at ease. After staying here for a few days to check on the situation of these rats, he found that these rats had stopped expanding. It didn't really stop, but it didn't bite anything it saw. It was a complete destruction. During this period, Dahei, Awang, and the mushroom spirit had a great time. They could not stop eating meat. Fortunately, Dahei and Awang knew to bring the energy core back for Lin Xiao. As for the mushroom, it was the prey that they had caught, so they took it all for themselves. They had no intention of sharing it with Lin Xiao. The level 6 Dahei was invincible in this group of snakes. It chased the mutant rats from level 3 to level 6 all day long. It didn't care about the low-level ones, so it disturbed the whole group of rats. The rats, who usually bit anything they saw, only knew to run away in fear under the breath of their natural enemy. It was impossible for them to pounce on Dahe and bite it, not to mention that Dahe was a level 6 mutant beast. Its breath could directly scare the mutant rats that had not yet leveled up to death. Lin Xiao took the energy core of the mutant rats that Awang and Dahe had sent over the past 2 days and directly absorbed it into his body. Then Little Man absorbed it. It was a pity that humans couldn't eat the meat of the mutant rats for the time being. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would have wanted to catch a bunch of them to add to the meals of the people in the base. However, if the meat of the mutant rats was edible, Lin Xiao wouldn't have needed to catch them. Everyone would naturally pounce on them and catch them themselves. At that time, the unlucky situation would be reversed. When they came out of the forest park, Lin Xiao rode on Awang's back because he couldn't drive. The zombie dog's black hair was still very short, but it was fluffy and soft. It wasn't small in size and was originally as tall as Lin Xiao's waist. Now that it had leveled up, it was almost at the position of Lin Xiao's chest. After the bald tail was removed, the length of its body was more than 9 meters, almost 2 meters. Therefore, carrying Lin Xiao, who only weighed more than 90 kilograms, was naturally very easy. When they encountered zombies, they would stay far away from them. When they encountered mutant beasts, other than those that were level 6 and above, they would also stay far away from them. When Lin Xiao returned to the periphery of the base without any obstructions, she met the group of people again. When she sensed that there were people, she had already released the 3 pets into the surrounding forest. Lin Xiao didn't dare to bring them into the space, because that meant that she would have to go in as well. She couldn't bring the other people in the space out for the time being. Unless she wasn't in a hurry to stay where she was, she wouldn't be afraid of running dozens of kilometers away in an instant. Standing on the roof, she could see the high walls of the base from afar. However, the zombies outside the base were all gone. Instead, there was a dense group of zombies surrounding the Wushan cultivation base. It's her. When Sun Lunan and the others saw Lin Xiao on the roof, they were surprised. This woman should also be a member of this new base. Anyway, the place where we met her before was the closest to this base. Another man said after seeing Lin Xiao. Should be. Sun Lunan looked at Lin Xiao, then retracted his gaze. At this time, everyone in the car was wounded, and their clothes were stained with blood and sand. Their bodies were tired and in pain, and they just wanted to quickly enter the base, find a place to rest, and have a meal. More importantly, there were still injured people in the team who needed treatment. In fact, Sun Lunan and the others were not in a relaxed mood, even though they had entered the safety zone around the base. The periphery of every base would be cleared of zombies. Other than the 200-meter empty isolation zone, the base's army would come out to clear the zombies outside the isolation zone every day, slowly expanding the safety zone around the base. Of course, because of Lin Xiao's uniqueness, the base's safety zone didn't need to be cleared by the army. Sun Lunan and the others had entered the zombie-free zone not long ago, but they didn't think that the new base's isolation zone could be expanded that far. Therefore, they didn't let their guard down. Lin Xiao stood on the roof and looked at their convoy. She noticed that a few heavy trucks were still in good condition, but the number of off-road vehicles around them seemed to have decreased. She didn't take it to heart, turned around and jumped down from the building. Chapter 882. Lin Xiao landed on the ground and took out a car. He sat in the driver's seat and drove towards the south gate of the base. In fact, he was just following behind Sun Lunan and the rest. After a few minutes of driving, they arrived at the isolated area outside the base. The car slowly drove past the isolated area and stopped at the south gate. There was a check before entering the base, but there was no such equipment at the gate of the base. "Stay here and don't move," the soldiers at the south gate of the base said loudly to Sun Lunan and the rest. Then Sun Lunan and the rest looked at a team of soldiers in camouflage coming out of the gate with a blank face. They were all wearing hats and sunglasses so that they couldn't see their faces clearly. The group of people split up and walked around each of their vehicles. Then, they returned to the gate and nodded at the soldiers at the gate. Then, they made a gesture to let them pass and left. "Okay, you can come in."
Follow me.
The captain of the soldiers at the gate nodded and turned to greet Sun Lunan and the rest. Sun Lunan and the others looked at each other in a daze for a moment. How could they pass just like that? Didn't they need a check? Don't you need a check? Sun Lunan couldn't help getting out of the car and walked to the captain of the soldiers and asked. At the same time, he thought of another problem. If the base didn't have a check, how would they know if anyone had brought in the virus? Wasn't it very unsafe? Yes, those people wearing sunglasses were checking for you. The captain smiled, showing his 8 teeth. Every time the new survivors came, they would ask this question. Sun Lunan's expression became more blank. Those people didn't do anything, they just walked around their cars and they knew? Seeming to have guessed Sun Lunan's thoughts, the captain smiled and said, yes, if any of you were infected, they would know. Hurry up, many of your people are seriously injured. Don't worry, our base is very safe. As he spoke, the captain urged with good intentions. But the more he urged, the more Sun Lunan didn't dare to believe him. So the people in the heavy truck didn't get out of the car and just sat in the car and entered the base gate. Therefore, before the people on the heavy trucks got off, they inexplicably entered the base again. Only then did Lin Xiao appear at the very back. Lin Xiao did not get out of the car. Instead, he drove the car into the main gate with an expressionless face. Just now, when the zombie soldiers wearing glasses and hats came over to check, of course, they discovered her existence. Of course, they recognized Lin Xiao's aura. Without Lin Xiao's orders, they just needed to do their own tasks. After Lin Xiao drove the car in, he felt the aura coming from the entire base, many of which were unfamiliar. It seemed that several groups of people had entered the base while she was away. After Lin Xiao entered the base, the other people in the base all stopped what they were doing and looked at the south gate of the base blankly. Yuan Tianqing looked at Chen Yuding hesitantly and asked, do you sense the leader's aura? Chen Yuding nodded and looked at him strangely. I felt it, but why did she come back from outside? Didn't she stay in the base the entire time? When did he go out? You don't know? I thought you would at least know. Yuan Tianqing was the deputy leader. Even if their leader secretly left the base to deal with something, he would at least tell Yuan Tianqing. Now, looking at Yuan Tianqing's confused expression, it seemed that he didn't know. Elmar, Qiu Lili, Lin Kuei, and the others directly appeared in Lin Xiao's office. When Lin Xiao entered the office, she found that her office was already full of people.
You guys are really fast.
Hey, Lin Kuei, you're back. Chapter 883. Since these people wanted to rob her base, it would be too easy for them to just throw them out. Of course, they couldn't just kill them at this time. Since they couldn't kill them, they would just let these people seek their own deaths. After Elmar and Qiu Lili left, Duanwan, Xiadong, and Shen Yuzhen came. These people have been keeping an eye on the cultivation base. I think they're going to use the zombies as an excuse, Shen Yuzhen said. The cultivation base is more than 10 kilometers away from here, and it's not within the safety zone's range. Just ignore them. If they don't want to stay, ask them to leave. But don't let them see the situation in the cultivation base, Lin Xiao said calmly. She didn't have much to worry about when it came to those people. Anyway, these people were on the road to death. Did they think she was easy to bully? Did they want to seduce her, the leader? What kind of trick was that? Was she that easy to fall in love with someone? Lin Xiao felt disgusted just thinking about it. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't seem to care about these people, Shen Yuzhen said, they couldn't find you, so they planned to get information about you from me, Duan Wan, Miss Wenwen, and Department Head Lu Jun. The people who were sent to get information about us weren't their subordinates, but the first and second batches of people who came in from the base. From what I've seen these days, they are ready to make a move on Duan Wan. They should be sneaking into your dormitory tonight, Xia Dong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly reminded her. Duan Wan's eyes flashed. She nodded and looked at Lin Xiao and asked, should we fight back? Lin Xiao looked at Xia Dong and asked, who are these people? How strong are they? There's only one level 6 Earth-type metahuman in this group. The rest are level 5. It seems that in order to successfully capture Duanwan, the level 6 metahuman is going to do it himself. There are 2 other level 5 metahumans working with him, one spirit and the other natural wood, Xia Dong said. Lin Xiao thought about it. It wasn't the right time to let these people fail. But she couldn't let them capture Duanwan. Let's avoid this time and not alert the enemy. What's the situation with Lu Jun and Wenwen? Lin Xiao said. Lu Jun has been hanging on to Hua Antong. Wenwen has already pretended to be in danger and contacted him, Xia Dong said. Write down the list of people who participated in this matter. Only those who participated and those who knew about it must be dealt with afterward, Lin Xiao said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Yes. All right, that's all for now. After sending them away, Lin Xiao began to deal with the mountain of official business. There was still a lot of work for her to do, such as reading documents, signing signatures, changing plans, and so on. However, there were still people who did not intend to give her time to do this. I say, since you're back, shouldn't you come to my place for a checkup first? Lin Hao entered the office and closed the door. Then he said in a bad mood. When Lin Xiao saw him, he knew that he had to put down his work for the time being. He spread his hands and said, "Look at me. I still have so many things to do. Moreover, little man's condition is not abnormal, so I don't need to go to your place. What about you? How are you doing? Ever since you entered the space, you haven't come out for almost a month. Do you know how anxious I am?" Lin Hao glared at her, extremely dissatisfied. "I'm fine now, aren't I? You can't help me if there's something wrong." Lin Xiao looked at him helplessly. Wu Qinghua felt that she had become a lot softer. Today, the man's style was normal. Lin Xiao looked up at him and said, "I'm also fine. By the way, I originally wanted to ask you to borrow the seeds, but I didn't expect you to ask first." "Thank you." Chapter 884. Knowing that she was changing the topic, Wu Qingyue's expression didn't change. "You're welcome. After all, we also need to repay." Lin Xiao nodded. The contract he signed with Yuan Tianqing stated that he would give 35% of the annual harvest to Haiqing Base. The two of them suddenly looked at each other in silence for a while. Lin Xiao saw that he seemed to have something to say. She just waited quietly. After waiting for a while, Wu Qingyue finally hesitantly opened his mouth and asked, "Is there a problem with your space?" There was a trace of worry in his eyes as he looked at her. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and asked, "Why do you ask? Was it because she came back from outside?" But everyone thought that she had sneaked out secretly. Wu Qingyue looked at her and said, "Where you entered the space before, when you came out, you would still be in the same place. But this time, you ran out of the base." He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but Lin Xiao could guess what he meant. Wu Qingyue paused and continued, "I waited here every day. But you didn't appear. Even if you wanted to hide, there was no need." Wu Qingyue also didn't think that this female zombie would hide herself as soon as she came out of the space, because she never hid from him, right? Even when he pestered her every day, she only had an indifferent attitude and didn't think about hiding from him. So when this female zombie suddenly came in from outside without warning, Wu Qingyue faintly felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't a problem with her space, then maybe there was a problem with her body. But Lin Xiao didn't want him to know about her situation. Her strength had decreased. She wouldn't be stupid enough to expose this. "If you want to know about my situation, I'm fine now." Lin Xiao looked at him and said. She couldn't understand this man right now, and she couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do anything after knowing about her situation. She still had to keep a distance from him. Wu Qingyue could feel that she was still keeping a distance from him, but he found that this female zombie might not have noticed it, but she didn't seem to reject him that much. "I want to protect you." Wu Qingyue only said these 5 words, then stood up and turned to leave. "I want to protect you. I won't hurt you. So I want to know about your situation so that I can protect you, right?" He knew that if he said this, it would make the female zombie feel that he was looking down on her. She was a strong-willed woman, so he could only say those 5 words. Although the female zombie's rejection of him had weakened a lot, the trust between the two was still maintained on the basis of cooperation. He really wanted her to take a step back and tell him about her situation, but he knew that she would definitely not say it out loud. Then he could only keep an eye on her. Lin Xiao stared blankly at his tall silhouette as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Then he regained his clarity, but his gaze was much calmer. The next day, Lin Xiao began to work as a leader. While going to the cultivation base to investigate the situation, he also approved the official documents. The weather in May and June had already warmed up, and now the survivors in the base were automatically organizing to leave the base to gather supplies. The materials collected could be kept for themselves, and the rest could be handed over to the base to be exchanged for points. In addition, if he didn't need it and didn't want to hand it over to the base, he could also exchange it with others. There were very few people in the base, and there were also very few technicians. The base recruited a large number of technicians and began to research and manufacture some daily necessities, weapons, communication tools, and so on. As for the other bases, they could only nervously study the land and planting, thinking of all kinds of ways to grow normal crops. However, the problems they encountered ranged from not being able to survive, to not being able to grow up, or not bearing fruit when they grew up, or being infected and mutated. Apart from the universal base, the other bases were all suppressed by a sense of despair. Only the upper echelons of Haiqing knew that the universal life base's land could be used to grow crops. However, in order to protect the secret of the all-life base, as well as to pacify the emotions of the people, Ocean City decided to do so. He made up a lie to deceive everyone. This lie was actually a half-truth. It told everyone that Sea City had already researched soil that could grow ordinary crops and that Sea City's food supply would not be cut off in the future. Because of this, the attitude of the people in the Universal Life Base towards the people of Sea City was much better. Therefore, it did not take long for the other bases to receive news that Sea City could grow normal plants. China Base. I've asked around. Sea City doesn't plan to release this technology. Ho Guozhong handed the information to Sikong Chun with a gloomy expression. Not releasing it? Could it be that Sea City wants to watch us starve to death? Sikong Li's face was gloomy, his brows furrowed. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. There had been no progress in the past few months of research. China had wasted a lot of seeds to experiment, but they had not been able to grow crops. The problem of the land had not been solved. This made Sikong Chen and the rest of the upper echelons of China Base gloomy. Their words also seemed to be spoken without thinking. In this post-apocalyptic world, the bottom line of morality had long been abandoned. No one wanted to be a saint, and those who had such thoughts would soon be crushed by greed. In order to survive, no one would thank you. They would only feel that what you did was right. The greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. This was the view of humans. He took a deep breath and thought about the lives of more than 1 million people in his base. Sikong Li closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he regained his composure. Send people to contact Sky Fire, Meng Clan, Black Dragon, and Qingshan Base. Since Sea City isn't willing to release the technology, then we can only exchange food with them. Sikong Li said with a stern expression. They contacted these bases because they were in the same situation as China. They were unable to change the soil into organic and healthy soil. In order to obtain food, they had to work with these bases. In order to obtain food, they could only cooperate with Sea City. But the main purpose was to use the strength of the major bases to force Sea City to hand over the technology. I'll make the arrangements now. Ho Guozhong nodded. What they did not know was that Sea City did not have this technology. They only said it to deceive the people in their base to make them feel at ease. Just as China was preparing to cooperate with the other bases to forcefully obtain Sea City's soil purification technology, Zhuochun and the rest of the Universal Base knew that their leader had returned and immediately began the next step. When Zhuochun saw Lin Xiao's fair face from afar, his gaze immediately became greedy and determined to get his hands on her. Chapter 885. However, Lin Xiao's status was too high. It was difficult for Zhuochun to get close to her. The first thing he needed to do was to find a position and quickly climb to the leader's side. That night, Luan brought 2 rank 5 metahumans and other subordinates to ambush Duanwan in her room, but she did not return. She did not return on the first night, nor the second night, until the 3rd day. What? She left the base for a mission? Why didn't you say so earlier? Luan was furious when he received the news. They hid in the woman's room for 3 days, but she was already sent out of the base. We only received the news today. We don't know why we didn't notice her leaving. The subordinate was also at a loss. The others in the room comforted him. It's okay, although we haven't taken her down yet. Lu Jun and Lin Wenwen are progressing well. Luan's expression softened and asked, "Did you get any information?" The female leader has been at the medical center for the past few days, but I heard that there's nothing wrong with her body. I saw her go there. It seems like she's not sick, but to see someone. Everyone understood what he meant. It was obvious that the female leader had a very close relationship with Dr. Lin. It seems like it's true. No wonder she kept her distance from Wu Qingyue. The others said, "If that's the case, why don't we let Wu Qin be hospitalized after collecting resources? At least he'll have a chance to get close to her." That's right. Since she likes to go to the medical department so much, let's Wu Qin start there. The people in the room excitedly discussed their plans, thinking that these plans would be flawless for the people in the base. However, they did not notice that there was a transparent person standing by the wall in the room. Elmar saw that the people had dispersed, then snuck out of the room. After leaving, she revealed herself and went directly to Lin Xiao's office. The chameleon's ability was very useful for gathering information. On Xiedong's side, he also received some information from the Huaxia base. TSK, humans will always do such things in order to survive. In any case, the strong are respected in the post-apocalyptic world. Whoever is stronger will have better resources. She heard that the Huaxia base was going to cooperate with Haiqing to make a deal, and secretly wanted to purify the land. Lin Xiao said indifferently. She had expected such a day to come. After all, in order to survive, humans would always try their best. If those people could peacefully trade with Sea City, they might be able to live in peace. If they dared to act recklessly, then the Universal Base would not put Ocean City in a disadvantageous position. After all, their 2 bases were now in the same boat. If something happened to Sea City, the Universal Base would soon be exposed. The technology of the Huaxia base was very mature, and most of the materials could be produced directly. Although Haiqing's scientific research had also made progress, the results were not as good as those in China. When will they arrive at Sea City? Lin Xiao asked. The leader of Huaxia is currently discussing with the leaders of the other bases. The results are not out yet, Xiedong said. Lin Xiao nodded. Got it.
Keep an eye on them.
Xiedong nodded and left. Elmar knocked on the door again and entered. What do you think? How are they going to get close to me? Lin Xiao looked at her and casually asked while flipping through the documents. They said that you and Dr. Lin are too close. Seeing that you often go to the medical department, Zhuo Chun is going to get injured before entering the hospital. Then, he will find an opportunity to appear in front of you. They are always using the same methods, nothing new. Elmar sat on the chair in front of her desk and said with a disdainful expression, "That's because we have long seen through their intentions and plans. If we didn't see it clearly and catch them off guard, we would really fall into their trap. Isn't that right?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Back then, Yuan Tianqing fell into their trap. Lu Tong wasn't a powerful person, but he was a little smarter. He knew that first impressions were the strongest, so Yuan Tianqing always thought of him as a weak and kind person. It could only be said that his acting skills were not bad. If it wasn't for Lin Wenwen coincidentally seeing through the problem, Yuan Tianqing would have been slept by him in the end. Elmar thought about what she said and nodded in agreement. That's true. Although Lu Jun's surname has been using the topic of the cultivation base to get close to her, he has been secretly asking about you. In their eyes, you are too secretive. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, "If I don't be secretive and let them know that we are all zombies, wouldn't I be scared to death? Then they would run out and find the whole world to deal with me?" Elmar suddenly said, But this surname Hua is a little strange. Since he has been bought over by Lu Wan and the others, he actually knows a lot about the cultivation base, but he hasn't revealed it to those people. Why is that? He really only revealed things about you, just like the conditions of his deal with Lu Wan and the others. He didn't say anything else. Lin Xiao looked at her and shook her head. How would I know? Maybe he has his own considerations. In everyone's eyes, Wu Qingyue seemed to be staying at the cultivation base. Although he didn't crazily pester their beautiful leader like before, he seemed to be maintaining a subtle distance from her. Their leader had a close relationship with Dr. Lin in the cultivation base, so the three of them began to have a strange atmosphere of a love triangle. Only those who knew Lin Xiao's identity were speechless. Say, why do you think our leader threw the handsome, gentle, and powerful leader Wu aside and fell in love with our Dr. Lin? Although Dr. Lin is pretty good-looking, her strength is too far away from leader Wu. I just feel like she's not good enough for our leader. Hua Antong said to Lu Jun in a joking tone while sitting in the cafeteria. Lu Jun fed her son and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She said indifferently, "That's the leader's business. Why do you care so much?" Although he was talking about the recent gossip in the cultivation base, how could Lu Jun not know that he was trying to pull the topic to Lin Xiao so that he could get some other information? As expected, Hua Antong said, "I just feel that our leader is so young, beautiful, and powerful. She wouldn't fall for someone like Dr. Lin, right? Does the leader like someone else? I feel like she's with Dr. Lin to get rid of leader Wu." Lu Jun's eyes flickered, but they were covered by her curly eyelashes. She blinked and said, "You care about the leader so much. Do you like her too?" Hua Antong was stunned for a moment and quickly shook his head. Oh no. The leader can only be watched from afar, not played with.
Bah, no.
Powerful people are worthy of respect. I admire her. Chapter 886. I mean, Captain Hua, you've been very free lately. Why do you keep coming to my place? Do you also know the situation in the cultivation base? Lu Jun glanced at him again, then turned his head and continued to feed his son. Seems like I'm not welcome. Hua Antong smiled helplessly. We don't know each other well, Lu Jun reminded him. If they weren't close, some things shouldn't be asked casually. Hua Antong couldn't maintain his smile. Seeing that Lu Jun didn't care about him and only cared about feeding his son, he took a deep breath and left with a smile. Lu Jun's lips curled into a cold smile as he watched him leave. A strange light flashed to her eyes under the contact lenses. On the other hand, Hua Antong's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the woman to be so vigilant. She would immediately interrupt him if he tried to talk about the leader. It was as if she was guarding against him. No, that was impossible. She didn't know his intentions. Why would she guard against him? It was probably just her instinctive sense of defense. On the other hand, Xiaodong suddenly entered Lin Xiao's office. Leader, I heard that the people in Sea City found something. If I'm not wrong, it's useful for crazy mutants. What is it? Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise. It's a type of stone. The news came from Sea City. It was said that not long ago, they discovered a type of stone that disappeared after being eaten by a berserk mutated beast. So, Sea City is sending people to look for it. Although Xiaodong was expressionless, his eyes were bright. Where is the location? Lin Xiao asked. I heard it's near Lake Tai, Xiaodong said. Lin Xiao frowned and said, if it's Lake Tai, we need to ask the people from Sea City to go with us. Because the area had been divided, Lake Tai wasn't their territory. It belonged to Sea City. In order to avoid conflict, it was better to ask. In fact, this kind of request was just a greeting for the current cooperation between the two bases. There was no problem. What made Lin Xiao frown was that the location was near Lake Tai. In that case, the danger level of this operation might be a little high, and it was also very far away. I'll go too. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Lin Xiao and Xiaodong turned to look. He saw Lung Xiantong standing at the door, and the two of them walked in after noticing him. Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise. You want to go? Lung Xiantong nodded and said, I'll be able to find it more accurately if I go. Lin Xiao looked at Xiadong. Is the information accurate? Xiadong nodded. Lin Xiao thought about it and nodded. All right, I'll go talk to Wu Qingyue. But Minister Lung, you are a researcher of our base. You must be careful and protect your own life first. Lung Xiantong smiled. I know. Although the stone that could suppress the madness of metahumans was important as a scientist, Lung Xiantong was even more important. Lin Xiao knew that it was not safe for him to go. He was afraid that if he did not go, the people he sent to look for him might not be able to find him. If that happened, it would cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, with the scientists following them, the process would be very fast. Before Lin Xiao went to look for him, Wu Qingyue appeared in Lin Xiao's office in the afternoon. I heard that you're going to send people to Lake Tai? Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Xiao as soon as he entered. Lin Xiao looked up from the pile of documents and glanced at him before burying his head again. Yes, is your information accurate?
I'm not sure about that.
After all, the information was sent back by those corpse hunters. This is the first time they sent back information, and it's from an amateur. Only experts in this field would be able to find out. Wu Qingyue shrugged. The corpse hunters used this information to exchange for quite a lot of credits from the base. In Universal Base, it was points, and in Haicheng, it was called credits. Every base had a different name, but it was considered a form of contribution to the base. In Huaxia, it was called contribution. Although the name was different, the function was the same. Just like currency, it could be exchanged for anything. You could buy anything you wanted, as long as you had enough contribution. When Lin Xiao heard Wu Qingyue's words, he knew that the other party had already agreed to travel together. He nodded and said, You have more scientists on your side, send more people. I'll send a few people to buy some soy sauce. What he said was a little unfair, but Lin Xiao was not wrong. It was just that when they went there, the information found by both parties would be shared. As for who would find more valuable things, it would depend on each party's ability. Although Lin Xiao's words were a little unfair, she did not really want to take advantage of him. At the very least, she planned to make it up to him in other ways. What opinion could Wu Qingyue have? He could not wait for Lin Xiao to take advantage of him more and more. Only they themselves knew what was going on in their minds. However, Lin Xiao's next words made him feel helpless. As compensation, I can give you a batch of our base's healing potions. Wu Qingyue knew that she was referring to the potion that could slow down the awakening of metahumans, but he did not know that it was the person in the lake in her space. But for Wu Qingyue, he knew that the effects of the potion were not limited to that. Whether it was for metahumans or ordinary people, it was very useful. In this apocalyptic world where there was a lack of medicine, it could be said to be very precious. Seeing that Wu Qingyue did not say anything, Lin Xiao thought that he had agreed to this condition. In any case, they did not lose out, so she would not take advantage of others. By the way, have you thought about how to deal with China's purpose? They are secretly here for your land purification technology. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of what Xiadong had said and looked at Wu Qingyue. She knew that Wu Qingyue should have received the news. If Haicheng's cover was exposed, then Huaxia would definitely find out about the universal base very quickly. However, she was just asking and did not worry much. Although Xikong Chun was not simple, Wu Qingyue was not a simple person either. The methods and intelligence of the two were actually about the same, but because Wu Qingyue's metahuman strength was slightly stronger, there was a faint trend of him suppressing Xikong Chun. Don't worry, I will take care of it. They will not dare to use force unless they want to run out of food. Besides, they will not be able to get what they want even if they use force. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly. His gaze towards Lin Xiao deepened. Lin Xiao felt that his gaze seemed to be hinting at something, so she lowered her head to avoid his gaze and continued to sign. Yes, I am just worried about being targeted by the people from China. After all, my small base cannot afford to be tossed around. Seeing that she avoided his gaze, a trace of sadness flashed through Wu Qingyue's eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal and smiled gently without saying anything. Chapter 887. A few days later, Lin Feng and Lin Wenwen came back. However, they didn't get much, and many people were injured. When Lin Feng came to report to Lin Xiao, he sat on the chair and said expressionlessly, "The mutant plants outside are growing very fast, and many of the mutant beasts are in a berserk state. Their destructive power is double that of normal. If it was in the mountains, most of the mutated beasts were from wild animals. If it was in the city, cats and dogs were more common, and there were also mice. Also, the mutated insects seem to have evolved to a higher level than before. Most of them are poisonous, and we were attacked by poisonous insects a few times." Lin Feng frowned when he talked about the mutated insects. Mutated insects. Lin Xiao's expression became serious. Lin Feng nodded. Many mutated insects can emit poisonous gas. If you're not careful, you'll be poisoned. And some of them are very big. Lin Xiao could imagine that they were big. After all the mutated beasts were big. However, the ones that emitted poisonous gas were more dangerous. Lin Feng had mentioned it, so the situation wasn't simple. "Is it serious?" Lin Xiao looked at him and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Although there were mutated insects in the past, they didn't affect the environment. Now, they have seriously affected the environment. The air around them is poisonous. If animals or humans breathe it in, there will be different degrees of effects. These effects aren't good. Affect the environment? Lin Xiao was surprised. This was serious. The environment affected by the virus was already very bad. How did these mutated insects evolve to affect the environment? There were thousands of species of insects on Earth. If this continued, the danger level of the outside world would increase again. We've encountered this phenomenon 6 times, and the affected areas are big and small. The degree of poisoning also varies, but no one has died yet. But in the future, we might have to be extra careful when we leave the base. Lin Feng sighed, feeling tired when he said this. Lin Xiao looked at him and said calmly, "I think, even without these new changes, we still have to be extra careful with the zombies and mutated plants and animals. Now, the danger level has increased by 1 level, but it's still full of danger. Generally speaking, for our situation, we only need to guard against natural crises if we get rid of the zombies." Lin Feng followed her words and thought about it. Well, maybe it was because the harvest from this mission was not good and many people were injured. The situation was gloomy, which made him feel a little gloomy. He was taking things too seriously. "All right, you can go back and rest." Lin Xiao smiled at him. After Lin Feng left, Lin Xiao asked Shen Yuzhen to find Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying. This time, Lung Xiantong is going to Lake Tai. The 2 of you should follow him. You have to go to the secondary sect to experience it. The main force is also people from Sea City. However, for your safety, I will also send people to protect your lives in secret." Lin Xiao looked at the 2 girls and said. She would send Lin Kuei and 2 level 1 kings to lurk around the team and attack when there was any danger. Lin Wenwen looked at her speechlessly. "It's not that far, just over 100 kilometers. Long Qingying was expressionless. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Wenwen from the corner of his eyes. "If you don't drag us down the whole time, it won't be too far." Although it was only 100 kilometers, once they left the base, there were zombie viruses, mutated plants and animals, and now there were large numbers of mutated poisonous insects. If they were not careful along the way, they would lose their lives in these dangers. Lin Wenwen could see the warning in Lin Xiao's eyes and immediately realized that he was being too careless. His expression immediately changed, and he nodded carefully. "Oh, I understand." Lin Xiao passed the team list to the 2 of them. Other than the 2 of them and Lung Xiantong, there were more than 10 people following them. Lin Wenwen didn't expect to be given another mission as soon as he returned to the base. However, he could avoid the person who took the opportunity to get close to her. Hence, Lu Wan and the others were waiting for Hua Antong to get some information about the female leader from Lu Jun. In the end, there was no progress on Hua Antong's side. Lin Wenwen's people had finally gotten close to her, but before they could progress to the next step to gain her trust, Lin Wenwen had another mission. Why did she leave again? What mission is she in such a hurry for? Luwan's face was gloomy, and he was gritting his teeth. Lin Wenwen left very quickly this time, and it seemed to be a special mission. Her whereabouts were also confidential, so the people Luwan sent to get close to her couldn't follow her anymore. They thought there would be some progress, but they were stuck here again. Is there any useful information from Hua Antong? He has been with that woman for so long, but he can't get anything out of her. Why didn't I know he was a useless person? Luwan continued to speak in a gloomy tone. No, he said that the woman is very tight-lipped. In order to not arouse the other party's suspicion, Hua Antong didn't push her too hard. Luwan, I think he's right. We can't push her too hard. We have to take it slowly, the other said. We can't do it here or there. Then we can only wait for Zhuochen to come back and directly approach that woman. Luwan said in annoyance, and his eyes were a little cold. Not long after, he received news that Zhuochen had returned to the base. Brother Wan, Zhuochen really went to the hospital. When his subordinate came to report, his tone was a little strange. Didn't he want to go in anyway? Why are you making a fuss? Luwan looked at his subordinate strangely. No, he really went in. The subordinate couldn't think of the right words for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said loudly, No, Zhuochen was really poisoned. He was sent back by his subordinates. He's still unconscious right now. I heard from a hospital that he might have been poisoned by a mutated worm, and we don't know when he will wake up. After saying that in one breath, the subordinate immediately shut his mouth and looked at Luwan nervously. Luwan. What? Poisoned? He was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. However, his brain had already reacted and started to think quickly. Then, he thought that if Zhuochen was poisoned and unconscious, then he wouldn't be able to approach the female leader. If he didn't go, did he have to send someone else? Luwan thought about the others, and then he thought about himself. Luwan raised his hand and rubbed his hair with a toothache. He was older, so the female leader didn't like him at all. The others were either plain, ugly, or had no temperament or aura. The female leader didn't like them either. What the hell is going on? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.